Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Gentlemen, and welcome to the opening evening of the India-Nepal Showdown, hosted by none other than ESFI and NESA. This is going to be a showdown worth remembering because the top three teams from India and Nepal will be facing each other for a prize pool of 50,000. Tonight's first game between RNTX and September 9 will be presented to you by me, Sarah, onto the casting desk alongside the very talented Ash TZ.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for the introduction. And I have casted for September 9 in a tournament. That was the tournament from that is South Asia Showdown. If you remember, you were also part of that tournament
Of
as a
course.
caster. When we casted that tournament for September 9, I remember that thing Team September 9 couldn't go on to that playoffs just because of 1 point, and that was a very sad thing. Like from every region, like from Bangladesh, from India, from Bhutan, every region got their teams into the playoffs, but just Nepal got behind. But now there is a chance that they can show their true potential against the Indian teams, against iQOO RNTX, as there is a roster change of iQOO RNTX. So I'm not sure who is in the jungle and who is in the in the Rome right now, but it will be a fun thing to see because they haven't revealed it yet. But do you think like imports will be there, or they'll be playing with some basic Indian players? What do you think?
I mean, since this is to represent India and Nepal themselves, imports will not be a part of this tournament, and RNTX will be having Madara as their jungle, who is a part of Noctua Esports,
Okay.
while the jungler will be Charin. And now we have stepped into the drafting phase already, and September 9 will be utilizing that first pick to respect ban some of RNTX's heroes.
Okay, Yuzong. Like Mirio can go for that Yuzong and can hinder you out in your backline, or even there is a chance that they can go up with the Ishinshin pick, first Ishinshin pick for the jungle or for the flex into the goal as well. But you're gonna see the left side. I mean, sorry, right side ban. Jushin will be there. It is the global ban nowadays. Or they can go up with the Baksha as well, because nobody wants a Baksha utility to be in front of you, but it will be a Jushin.
Exactly. So definitely the first ban onto the red side, and it has been seen in every single tournament, if we are not wrong. And September 9, they do have the chance to ban out on the Hilda or maybe the God of Kata for themselves, so that they could try and go in for the Grok or Kalia first pick. They could also try to take away some of Wit's heroes, which is the very standard which we see from teams playing against RNTX, and as we speak, that's going to be a Kadita ban.
Don't you think like they're banning out Kadita, Yuzong, but they should show some respect to Madara as well, because that guy can flex out the Gatotkacha, Kaleya, he can go up with the Grok. So if you're thinking to trade out that Ishinshin for yourself and then giving them the chance to pick something, they can actually go with Zetian and Grok combo, or maybe you can say like Farsa, Grok, or Kaleya, Zetian, or Kaleya, carry. All these things are open at this moment. So you need to show some respect to the meta as well as to the comfort of the players out there.
Exactly so. And as for RNTX, though, they will definitely try to deny maybe one of the junglers, the Yasunshin or the Lancelot could be taken away. They could also try to deny the Grok or the Kalia, since they are a very staple first pick for any team. And the combo with that Kalia ultimate or the Grok tech charge is always so on point from these teams. They do decide to take out the Freya for now, one of the best goal laners at the moment alongside Carrie and Claude, but she technically is stronger than both of them and is often a very priority pick, and now will be taken away.
For the pride of India, for the pride of Nepal, both the teams are right now clashing with each other, and one team will be winning it. Might be a 2-0 from India, might be a 2-0 from Nepal, or we're going to see a contest in the third game decider game. So let's see. But the bans are pretty cool from the side of September 9. They're actually very choosy onto the ban side. They're taking out those perfect heroes, which played by those players from iQOO RNTX. But at the same time, banning a Kadita, I'm still in a, in a quite manner I'm thinking about is because like Witch has a really big hero pool. He can actually flex out a Eudora into the mid as well. And nowadays Eudora is also so good with the revamp. So like this guy who can play a Eudora, who can play a Odit, just like I've seen the Odit pick from Peekaboo, if you remember, Sarah, in the RNG Cup. So it's not a new thing to say like they can come up with the Odit. So banning out the Kadita is kind of a West ban for me. But this Kalea is right onto the point for Madara, but now if you go up with Ishinshin, you are just gonna give him the side for the Grok.
That's what. They do take out the Kalia from the side of September 9, so I do think they want that Grok as their first pick and maybe pick up something like the Yve as their mid lane, because the tech charge and RWM combo is often revered into the community right now. RNTX meanwhile need to think this through. Do they want to give away a Yesun Shin? Do they want to give away the Grok? Or maybe they just gamble the picks and give away something a bit more neutral and try to pick up the Grok Eve for themselves, or maybe the Esmeralda Eve for themselves, since Mirio, he kind of just loves playing those tanky sustainers onto the EXP.
Yeah, he loves to flex his CC. He loves to play that Lapu Lapu as well. As you said, like he don't like to play sustain, but for the meta, for the new, map style and the draft thing, you need that Alice or maybe Esmeralda or maybe Uranus kind of pick, so that someone will stand as a wall. Someone will do the sustain part. Now the third ban, they're taking up the time. They're thinking about it a lot. I might think that it will be on the jungle side, but no, they don't want to give that grok into the hand of team September 9 because they got the first pick. Now it might be Esmeralda, might be Ishinshin, and from this side I'll say like they might go for the Gatotkacha Comfort. Okay, out of the blue. They're going with the Hilda first pick. Do you think a Khalid for the counter, I mean for the mobility counter, or something like a proper crowd control kind of roam? Yeah.
I feel it is more to deny Charin's hero pool since he loves to play the assassins into the jungle, particularly the Yusun Shin, Lancelot, and Fanny, and Hilda proves to be a very good counter to those picks. Here, I believe RNTX wants to lock in the Yusun Shin into the goal lane, one of the rising picks for that lane, and has seen a pretty high win rate into the tournament scene, while Mirio will be locking on to the Lapu Lapu. This does give September 9 the opportunity to pick up the Yves as well as Esmeralda for themselves. So I feel like RNTX might be in a pinch just because of that.
I'll say like you can actually flex out the, you can take a Farsa and like Esmeralda as you mentioned, so that the Lapu will get counter, and with the Farsa, if this Ishinshin is kind of a flex and it is going in the hand of Saren, then there will no carry for Aaron as well, because with the Farsa you cannot take a carry. You know, like you're gonna get vulnerable with the situation of either a strike AoE. But there you go. As you mentioned, there will be the counter pick. Esmeralda coming into the head of September, and I'm not sure iQOO RNTX giving out this Esmeralda will be a good thing, a +1 thing for them, or a -1 thing. But I believe for September 9, they're going with a good draft here, as they will be playing a winning lane in the EXP. So they're going with the Leo mode. In this meta, I'll say like Leo mode is a perfect matchup against Ishinshin. But at the same time, there is a thing like if the Ishinshin is getting a proper, like snowball, then he might gonna give Leo mode a very big threat. So, but still, we are not sure this Ishinshin on the gold, or okay, I got sure it is on the gold.
That's exactly what. And if you notice, RNTX went in for the Guinevere almost instantly after the Leo mod pick. So technically, which can still pick up on a Lunox on a Farce and a Farsa, and it would work out wonders for their lineup here, because the the Man and Shocker coming in from the Ascension and the Bravest Fighter, along with the Spatial Migration Violet Requiem combo, that's a very staple combination these days. But instead, RNTX decide to ban out the Farsa for themselves. Maybe they want to get something like the Kimi or the Lunox, like I mentioned, for themselves onto the mid lane. September 9, though, I feel like they should ban out on the roamers here.
Out of all blue, like I'm thinking something new, Sarah. It's maybe like Madara onto the Guini, then Ishinshin into the hand of Sharon, and we have a Lunox carry open, so they can actually go for a Lunox carry option. And we have seen how much that thing works, but they will lack the sustain. They will have CC, but they will lack the sustain. The burst will be there, so I'm not sure about it, but it might be a thing like proper aggressive kind of thing. But at the same time, September 9 will have a lot of sustain. With that survivability because of that Esmeralda out there. Banning out the Eve here. Okay. They're kind of banning out those proper AoE kind of heroes. So there might be a chance that September 9 can come up with a carry, or we're going to see a carry. If we're going to see a carry ban, then the Ishinshin is going to the goal. Now, they're banning out the Zetian though.
The Zacian kind of just works out because RNTX is going in for a very setup-oriented gameplay here, and they do not want those combos and the chain CCs to be interrupted coming in from the Zacian ultimate, which is the Fury of the Phoenix, and that has proven to be a very for these setup traps. So obviously that is going to be a good ban coming in from the side of iQOO RNTX, and they would look forward to something. Maybe if they send the Yisunshin to the goal lane, they could lock in on something like the Suyo onto the jungle and the Lunox. That's just a cult classic coming from RNTX here.
Yeah, I was kind of now I'll say like go for a carry. Let's Guinea have a roam place. We have seen the roam Guinea 3-4 months before, but nowadays Guinea is kind of into the jungle utility. But still, like there might be a chance that it comes up. No, they're not a single chance. We're gonna see a carry in the side of iQOO RNTX. They're going with the carry for the side of September 9 with the Kimi coming in as well. Okay, 2 marksman. This is good, but at the same time, you are kind of vulnerable in the early phase of the game. even though the Kimi will have the early game accession, but still, like in the mid to late phase, you'll have more probability to give out the damage. So it's more like the early game is kind of tilted towards the side of iQOO RNTX, whereas the mid to late rotation, you might see September 9 having the perks, but survivability, the last pick yet to come, but still now it is September 9. Okay, Baxia. Now is it a Baxia jungle or a Baxia roam? Guinea jungle or a Guinea roam? What do you think?
I mean, judging from the picks, it is going to be a Guinevere into the roam along with the Baxia jungle. That's usually how Charine and others like to play. September 9, though, they have got a double comp in this meta against Guinevere, Lapu, and Baxia. It is good if they can drag the game to the 12-minute mark where Carry and Kimi get their power spike. It will be very good for them. But they lack frontline and they lack setup. The Hilda will definitely be trying to mark Witch or Aaron all the time into the backside. Leomord will be trying to zone them away. But who is going to protect that Carry and Kimi when the Guinevere and Lapu jump on them every single time?
I'll see one thing here, Sarah. It is like lack of CC from September 9, and there is a lot of CC right now for the side of Team iQOO RNTX. And whenever I see this kind of comp, like lack of CC, it doesn't go the way it is. Like it's just the Esmeralda for the sustain, and she can give out the crowd control. But as you mentioned, nobody's there to protect their backliners. And if Team iQOO RNTX reach out their backliners easily, like they got the Lapu, they got the Bakshi out there. And after of all the things, they got the Ishinshin for the finishing job. So it's more like I will say they might gonna do it. They might gonna take the game, obviously, because they want this game to win. So they might gonna take the game into the late phase. But what if in the early phase you will give out a lot of snowballs to the hand of iQOO RNTX, even though like a huge goal lead gonna make up a lot of things for iQOO RNTX. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Land of Dawn for the first game between India and Nepal Showdown. From India, we have our representative iQOO RNTX, and from Nepal, it is September 9. Starting out with the aggro. Let's see which team will be taking on a lead in this BO3 series.
Absolutely so. Welcome to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. And we will be seeing a little bit of early aggression coming in from the side of Team iQOO RNTX already. They should be able to handle it pretty well and prevent the invades which might have come forward from the Hilda. But for now, they won't be taking any risk. Mother gets immobilized onto the mid side and will be taking quite some mother damage. Has to flicker out. That's going to be an early resource being used up by him.
Yep, before the turtle cooldown onto your flicker. Okay, that's not a, great thing, but at the same time, he got his back. Like, he doesn't give his kill, the first blood, into the hand of September 9. You don't want to give them the snowball from the early phase because they also have the Hilda. So they will have the invasive potential. But let's see how it goes. For now, it is 50-50. Okay, spatial migration. There is a knock-on. There will be the flicker bait onto Lilim as well.
So 2 flickers being used up, one from the Guinevere, one from the Kimi. So Kimi is going to be much, much more vulnerable at that turtle fight. But Tareen, he needs to watch out though. That's going to be a spatial migration onto Zalworld. But thankfully there's no burst coming in from RNTX just yet. And they will be waiting for the turtle to spawn.
Dangerous Grass and a Hilda is a romantic story, but at the same time, the Guinevere are gonna give out the sets here with the special migration. The turtle dance already started from the side of iQOO RNTX. We're gonna see a contest of All Moon, and there you go, Sharon with the retribution, secure the turtle. Fast blood coming out for Virio here, and with this, Sharon gonna take out a kill for himself. 2-0 with the turtle. GG trade from iQOO RNTX.
Major lead being secured by them already. They do not want to let this game slide towards that late game because they know what the Carry and Kimi can do. Try and melt everybody as possible. And take a look at that. It was a beautiful setup coming in from RNTX already towards the turtle. They pulled it completely towards themselves. Mirio got the stun with that Bravest Fighter at the very correct time. Secured the first blood. Charine got the turtle and definitely managed to get a second for his team. And that's the power of an early lead. But hey, Hilda trying to mark down Witch here at the buff. But thankfully, Team RNTX has the backup and they would be able to go away. But hey, Charine, who's the retribution there?
Okay, he got the turtle though, but that was a nice, invade from the side of September 9. They got the red buff into their hand, but it was risky as well. I mean, what if you got caught into the hand of Madara or maybe Vetch? You could have vulnerable to the position to get out some lead onto the micro for iQOO RNTX. It's fine. You're taking the risk. You won the trade for yourself. The jungler won the trade for himself. At the same time, you cannot go like this in the very early game because you need the late game for yourself. Until the late approach, you need to play safe.
That's exactly what. And somehow RNTX is just trying to bait out skills here. Maybe just pre-aim their skills a little bit to try and predict the movements from the side of September 9. While the side of September 9 needs to find a way to play around that carry. They are a little bit too focused on the mid lane right now, and maybe a few rotations towards the gold lane, maybe a fight at the turtle including all 5 members would be able to help them a lot more.
Okay, Aaron started the turtle for the side of iQOO RNTX. Sharon joining up. Follow-up is coming out from the Hilda here. They might go for the contest, but before that, into the mid Omega flow. He goes down with the kill secured by Aaron the Creator. Turtle also got secured into the hand of iQOO RNTX. They got the second turtle, and now they're going for the invade onto the Leo mode. He does have the Phantom Seed, but can he go for... I mean, he doesn't have the Phantom Seed at this moment. Can he go for a fight? But no, there will no fights. It's just the turtle into the hand of iQOO RNTX with a kill as well.
That's going to be another lead being secured by them. The goal lead steadily rising with 1k in favor of RNTX now. And they've swept out on the lane. So Aaron would have a little bit of a tougher time taking down the Esmeralda, but the Lapu Lapu should be having a free farm kind of play with that carry in front of him, who picks up his corrosion skill at the 5-minute mark. I would say that is a bit late as compared to what usually the gold laners pick up their items at. But let's see, there's going to be a traction pulse coming in on Demirio. He uses up the bravest fighter, gets under the turret, still sustaining it all, and somehow he makes it out alive, dodging that gang from 3 people and tanking in every single ounce of damage. That's going to leave the mid lane though, and Leomord will be forced to use up the Phantom Steed to try and defend that.
And look at the cross map. They got the tier there. You got nothing. Okay, you got a tier as well. Mirio forced out to recall himself into the base, and they got the tier. It's fine. I mean, nobody got the kills here in this play, but somehow both these sides will get the structure advantage for them on the top and on the bot as well. But now in the mid, there is the pressure coming in with the minion flows inside the way. They're targeting the out. Okay, there's the special migration Valerikim combo coming out by Madara. And with this, Lilim just got down into the hand of Aaron the Creator. The gods is walking right now, and he will be securing the kill. But Sharon might gonna be in trouble because he's getting trapped down by 3 people. Okay, he got the lava golem though. Trade is a trade. If you got the red, I'll get the lava for myself.
Absolutely good plays coming in by these 2 teams right now, and which is getting that damage burst which he needs. And look at the instant replay, the Violet Requiem setup coming in from Madara. Insanely well done right there. Aaron finished up the kill with his basic attack simply. Esmeralda could not really tank all of it, and even Hilda was forced to back off. Leomord though did try to get some damage onto the Baxia, did get the damage, but he did not have enough farm to try and finish that kill. And no, another one from Madara, and it will be Aaron the Creature going in as well, securing the kill, killing spree for him. You're giving out the Ishin Shin, all those kills. Not at all a good thing to see. But now, there is the Phantom Steed coming in. A consolation attack from the side of Team September 9. The Brilliance comes up for which he goes back on the safer side. There will be no casualties from iQOO RNTX, but they will be getting the trade of the Baruto. Warudo trying his best here to try and provide the space and vision for his team, but right now he just isn't able to do so because of the snowball coming in from the side of iQOO RNTX. And look at Aaron, he already has the Blade of Despair under the 8-minute mark. That is going to be a huge burst of damage coming in from him every single time. Lunox as well is going to be building up towards the Genius one, I presume, from his items right now, while the side of September 9, they don't have much. Esmeralda needs to pick up onto the Oracle, but he can't this early because, hey, he is not being able to sustain the damage coming in from the Lunox and has to go into the Magic Robe. But right now, RNTX is completely dominating the map and will be stealing away the buff from the Leomord.
Yeah, the blue buff so important for the Leo, but it's not gonna have it in this way. He does got the red buff, but now the revenge is too high. Madara once again goes in with the special migration. There will be the brilliance coming in as well. Can Leo mode come out from the 3-man attack? Okay, he finds his way back though, but a lot of resources got baited down before the Lord, and with the goal lead I'm seeing right now, Sarah, I believe this will be an uncontested Lord for iQOO RNTX.
I mean, exactly so, but hey, come on. RNTX, they have maintained so much discipline right now. And look at the scorecard. It's 0 and 5, with 3 kills solely being taken away by Aaron himself. Both of these teams, they aren't going for the kills. They want those objectives. But September 9 somehow is just falling short by just a bit because they have such a late game based draw because of that carry and Kenny and into the same game. And the damage from the Yisun Shin just outscales the carry, at least up until the 12-minute mark. But RNTX is doing everything they can to not let this go up until the 8-minute mark. Madara though will miss the spatial migration.
Okay, the Phantom Seed comes up, Immune comes up for Ishin Shin is going in. Do you see that thing like a 1v1 situation? The Esmeralda is getting bursted out by a Ishin Shin. This is literally, I mean, that much scaling in the damage for that Ishin Shin against a carry. Like he's taking out a proper sustained kind of EXP fighter in a 1v1 blow.
Exactly so. And being an Esmeralda and being one of the only frontliners for your team, this is not a good position to be in. Hilda, of course, is there, but Hilda is a dive in and do not get out kind of hero. You can't get out with a Hilda unless you bait your flicker away. But let's see what happens right now, because a defense is still possible if the traction pulse gets a good amount of people into its range, and then comes the immobilize. But hey,
okay, another set for Madara, but this time he might gonna get caught out. Sliver of HP, but unstoppable coming out. Beautiful follow by, and the creator fantasy being used. Kasutoya, he will be getting a kill. RNTX video falls down, but there will be the consolation or instant revenge coming out from the side of iQOO RNTX. Because a kill as well, which will be the one. Now the holy shield popped out. Another minions flow inside the inhibitor. They might gonna go for this inhibitors, but no, the minions flow has just got cleared down by September 9. That was a quick defense coming out from them, but look at the goal lead, Sarah. It is 6k now, almost 7, and the lot approaching. Do you think there will be something from the side of September 9 that they might gonna go and take up the lot? A clutch still, I'll accept, but a proper contest, I don't think so.
that's exactly what. And the replay just kind of shows a little bit lack of synergy in the side of Team September 9 as compared to that of RNTX. And the discipline being maintained by RNTX and September 9 at the same time. Both of them are doing so well at it. But I would just say that the little bit of micro here and there and marking the right target, which is going to be the macro as well, RNTX just does it slightly better. Maybe it's the draft, maybe it's the execution which they are pulling off right now, and maybe it's the visibility they have over the map because of the Mountain Shocker. They are just dominating right now. But let's see. If Leomord can try and steal away this Lord, and since Carry has finally completed the DHS and they have 3 inhibitors standing, a miracle play might just save September 9 here.
Yeah, they can do this, but there will be no chance for iQOO RNTX to give this Lord out into the hand of September 9. They will just finish as soon as possible. They got the Ishin Shin, one of the firstest objective clearance kind of jungler, but now he's on the gold, and still he has the beautiful KD of 501. He is kind of carrying the team, and this is Aaron the creator, guys. He's carrying the team with the Ishin Shin. I've seen him with doing this thing with a Granger, with a Harriet, with a Brody even, but with the Ishin Shin, this is my first time, but he's just going with the meta. Lord entering into the inhibitor, Nexus coming in for the side of iQOO RNTX. Can they finish it out with this Lord?
Just might. The Lord is being pulled towards the inhibitor though, and the carry is doing his best to absolutely melt it out. Aaron dealing quite some damage from the distance, but they did not go for a setup here along with Madara, saving his flicker for a possible flicker spatial migration engage. And now that the minions will be charging in, both from top as well as bot lane, side of September 9 will be split up a lot more than they would have wanted to. 4 right now onto the bot side. Baxia, and there we go. That's the setup we were talking about, but the Purify will manage to save Kara's life for now. But Mirio goes in, gets the flicker, gets the kill onto the carry, and Aaron will finish it up with a double kill for himself. 3 down from the side of September 9. iQOO RNTX holding it out strong. They do not lose any members, and now the minions will be charging in again. They will be looking for those inhibitors. Charin gets the stun, but Ghost to Toya will be dodging that spatial migration for now, keeping the dreams alive.
Okay, another minion flows coming inside the base at this moment. British Spider onto the Leo mode. They're locking down the base. There will be Kimi. Oh, beautiful outplay, but he will be caught down by RNTX Mirio. And with this, it might be the end. Of course, it will be. The castle falls down. And it is Team iQOO RNTX with the lead in this Indian NEPAL showdown. What a game it was. A proper discipline kind of game. But we saw the test of domination from the Indian team, iQOO RNTX, onto the Nepal. Are we going to see a comeback? Nepal, are you silent right now? Are you going to show the fiery way of answering the question from iQOO RNTX that this domination will still goes again and again in this game? Or we're going to see something from the Nepal side as well? September 9, with the next game, are they going to show us a new draft? Something better than this?
Let's just say that things did not work out for September 9 the way they wanted it to work out. The draft was a little too late game focused, and RNTX simply gave them no chances whatsoever to try and go for that late game here. We would have liked to take a look at the match highlights, and there we go. That's the thing we wanted to see. That first turtle fight, the setup coming in from Mirio, got the first kill, stunned the Leo mod right on time for Charin to retrieve it out, and then they get 2 kills off of it. Major lead being secured by them. While all September 9 would have probably wanted was to get that late game advantage, which they simply had no chance to get. Of course, Aaron here, this was the snowball point for the Yisun Shin, and he just kind of just farmed up and up from this point on. I mean, technically enough, RNTX just had the map lead in majority of the cases, and they managed to keep that map lead with themselves, because once Aaron had the BOD, even in Esmeralda got melted this easily. So that kind of goes to say that you do not want to give the comfort to these players as much as they would have loved to pick it. Madara flickered out in this situation, managed to survive for so long, even against Leomord using up his crit passive. It kind of just forced the Leomord to stay in the fight for much longer than he would have liked to, and he gave his life away for doing that. Again, Madara got the setup here, but the Purify from the carry saved his life, kept September 9 in the fight for a little bit longer, but the way Mirio finished it off onto the backside said volumes about his depth onto that hero and the way he was pressuring September 9 throughout.
Of course, and this is the thing we were talking about. Like they went for that 2 comp for their side, and at the same time they got that 12-minute late game spike for them for both the MMs, like for the Kimi as well as for the carry. But the main thing was you need the early game at least a little bit for yourself. Like maybe you can say like you're not gonna give out some trace to them. You will stay just the way you are. But if they are getting the spike in the early phase, then you are also doomed, because you're not going to match up with the goal lead, with the damage lead as well. But now the MVP, oh my goodness, it is the god himself, Aaron, the creator, with a 703 KDA. He managed to get the MVP in the first game of the Indian NEPAL showdown between the iQOO RNTX versus Team September 9. And in the first game, it is Team India. You just managed to take the win, but this is a BO3 series. Nepal have got 2 games, and they can make their comeback. They can give a reverse sweep to India. IQ RNTX cannot do anything if the Nepal gonna show their real potential, real domination. But if the game goes like this with the draft, I believe like IQ RNTX will have more upper hand because they literally played with their mind. At a moment, I thought like if the carry wouldn't have taken by the side of team September 9, it would have been an IQ RNTX pick because they were totally prepared for that Guinea roam, and it works so well. It fits so well, I will say. Like we haven't seen it for like 2 to 3 months in a tournament scene. We were seeing it in somewhere else, but not in a tournament scene. In the tournament scene, we were literally seeing the Guinea in the hand of Van with a retribution, or maybe into the hand of Rarin with the retribution. But this time, it is in the hand of Madara. You ban his Kalea. He doesn't win for his Gatot. He went for something efficient for his team, and he does the work so well. The Guinea with a 0-1-11. Let's just give a shout out to the wingman of team IQRNTX as well. It's not just the MVP into the hand of IQRNTX goal laner Aaron the Creator, but it is the team fight participation and proper setups from Madara as well. Well played, IQRNTX. Just wholly wholesome.
Absolutely. So, but this game is a game of redemption. Can September 9 find their ground and come back to settle for a 1-1 and go for the tiebreaker up next? Or will RNTX reign supreme? Or again, is going to be the question. As of right now, RNTX will have the first pick this time, and they might want the Kalia or the Grok for themselves. Madara loves those two tanks. But September 9, they will definitely try to deny the Grok and the Jushin and the Freya. Those are the staple red side bans which we have been seeing for some while now. So let us see what they do here. For the first ban from the side of RNTX, though, they might just take out the Garot Kacha or the Hilda for themselves this time.
Of course, and it's more like we might gonna see a ban onto the Leo mode in the second phase from IQRNTX, so that they will force out something else from Gotsuya. Okay, I mean, yeah, Gosu Toya. So from Gosu, let's call him Gosu. Like from Gosu, they might gonna bring out something else, like maybe a Lancelot, maybe a Joy, so that they will gonna see that what potential truly Gosu Toya is having. Let's see the ban coming out from the side of Team IQRNTX at this moment. It might be a ban onto the Bakshia, or maybe you can say a ban onto a proper meta kind of thing, like a Grok, or they're gonna trade out the Grok for themselves or Ishinshin for themselves, because this is the first pick of Team IQRNTX. They're waiting for it, they're thinking about it. Maybe an Esmeralda, who knows?
That's exactly it. It might just work out into their favor, but RNTX will be the ones to take out the Kadita. Interesting trend of taking out Miss Fish Lady into these draft these days. But let's see what September 9 is going to plan here. They need to take out the Grok and the Freya at least. RNTX, they know that Aaron can flexibly adjust based on whatever hero is going to be left open. Maybe pick up the Yisuchin as their first pick, even since they can flex it into both the jungle and the gold. But right now, RNTX, what is their second ban going to be? The Hilda? No. This time around, they take out the dragon themselves.
Okay, that's quite similar from the last match. We have seen that Kadita, we have seen that Yuzong. Is the Kadita the new meta or what in just one night? I'm not sure though. Because I haven't seen the Kadita so much in the game right nowadays. Like, yeah, in the rank, it's a big pick. We just ban it out. But in tournament scene, in just one night, I think things got changes. The second ban, as you mentioned, the Grok, the Kalea. If you are removing the Grok, there is a huge chance Madara can go up with his Kalea. This guy loves to pick that Kalea. This guy loves to play the Gatot. This guy loves to flex the Khalid. So a lot of heroes from him as well. Like from the Rudius to Madara, if you're gonna compare with IQ RNTX last roamer, I'll say like Rudius is kind of aggressive kind of roamer, whereas Madara is someone who gives setups to his team, who give a proper pickup for his team. So that is the difference between these two roamers, and it settles a lot of things in a team. Like when roster get changes, it's gonna impact on your team play, it's gonna impact on the game as well. This is what the IQRNT's new roster is doing right now in this India Nepal showdown. But there is the respect, or you can say a respect to the meta, or respect to the Aaron, or respect to the Charin. I'm not sure, but it will be a ban onto the Ishinshin and a Freya coming in as well.
I mean, the Ascension is usually a red side ban. It does work out for them every so often for whichever team takes it away, because the Ascension is one of those junglers and now a goal lane pick, which people have mastered over the past 3 to 4 seasons. He has been staying constantly into that meta, similar to what a Granger is. It's just that after nerfs, which Granger, the pick rates have gone down a lot. The Ascension pick rate has stayed at a constant 80 to 90% in every single tournament that we have seen so far. RNTX, meanwhile, you mentioned the Kelia pick. Immediate Kelia going to be locked in by them. September 9 take up the Grok for themselves. They could try and lock in the Yve, but instead they decide to deny Mirio of his Lapu Lapu since the Esmeralda has already been banned out.
Okay. I mean, Esmeralda is banned. Lapu got picked out. There is a ban onto the Yuzong. Now, what else is remaining? You can go up with the Alice. There is the Claude coming in, so there will be a good setup, like Alice and Claude. And what else into the EXP? A sustain Uranus, but Medio is kind of aggressive kind of player. He can go up with a CC. Who knows? But there will be the Bakshia coming in as well, and it will be into the hand of Sharon. He really wants to go for the utility. What's happened today? Like, I love to see this man onto the assassin kind of heroes, but he's playing for his team. So it's like a Bakshia, Claude. Once again, gonna see the Lunox or into the ban phase, Sarah?
Maybe we can see it this time, but the way he played into the previous game, I feel like September 9 might just ban it out. So let us see how it works out for them here. The banning phase has begun into the second phase right here. And the mages are what will be targeted from the side of September 9. Farsa, Lunox, and Kimi, 3 of their choices. Maybe they want to give away the Kimi since Aaron has already picked up onto a Claude and ban out the Farsa and the Lunox. iQOO RNTX, meanwhile, will try to ban away the gold lanes, maybe the carry this time around, but hey, September 9 wants to take their chances. They do not ban out on a mage and instead take out the Alice.
It's like if you leave the carry and the Lunox, one of the team gonna get each one of them. It's like fourth pick. Gonna comes into the hand of red side first. So if you are leaving out the carry, they might gonna grab up the carry. They also need the carry at this moment. You also need something to burst out their sustain, to burst for a true damage. So there might be a chance that they can come up with a gold X bar, or from the side of iQOO RNTX, they can come up with an EXP X bar, so that like there will be a level up sim. But as per the Mirio's things, I will say like he might go for the CC against a Lapu, winning lane matchup, or maybe a R-Lot. Like, worst case, it will be an R-Lot. A CC, I'll bait on CC and Alice here. The ban's coming in, carry from iQOO RNTX. And September 9 will taking out that Alice here. Okay, that's a quite good ban. They're literally restricting out Mirio for his picks. Now he's getting cornered to take up that Uranus, or maybe that R-Lot, or maybe he gonna come up with that, like CC.
It's a possibility, all right. But let's just say the Lunox does get targeted this time, finally. So one good thing for the side of September 9 is that the Fredrin and the Lapu and Grok, they would not face that much of an issue, at least up until the 7-minute mark, where the Claude will get the power spike from the DHS and golden stuff. And maybe even the Trinity if Aaron can farm fast enough. But the question is that he will need to position himself into the team fights very, very safely, because that's going to be 2-3 stuns, 2 knockups, and a taunt coming his way from all the 3 picks of September 9. And now if they go in for maybe a crowd control mage or a bursty mage like the Farsa for themselves, hey.
Farsa.
Let's just say we predicted it.
You said it. It just come into the drop. And but they have a chance that they can go up with a Harith as well for them, and it will gonna work better against a Bakshia and a Kalea. You're gonna burst it out with your Stalim Sky and all those penetration with the Holy Crystal. You can go up with that pick in the goal against Cloud as well. It is in the meta at this moment. But from the side of Team iQOO RNTX, how can I forget? There is the glue open at this point, and we have seen 27 cooking with the glue. And this time it will be Mirio on the glue, and there will be a Valentina pick. And this is going to give a lot of setups for the side of iQOO RNTX. but at the same time there will be a little bit, like less with the damage as well, because it's just Claude. In the late, it's just the Claude for the damage deal. If you're gonna take out the Claude from the Land of Dawn, it will be easy for the side of September 9 to make their comeback in this BO3 series. At the same time, it will be Valentina's IMU onto a tech charge, or maybe onto a feather airstrike. But what I am seeing, I can't say anything else. You have to say this. I can't even see that thing right now. Is it a proper thing?
Looks like it is, and somehow we have seen a lot of Leslies against a lot of Claudes into the rank queue for solo queue, but in a 5-stack in a tournament like this might just be the debut. I mean, if we have seen a Layla at the international stage, what is a Leslie? Probably just a better version of Layla. But let's see how this works out in this draft, ladies and gentlemen, because we are here into the Land of Dawn, September 9, looking for their redemption, while iQOO RNTX looking for a clean sweep with a 2-0. Let's see which team comes out on top.
If Layla can give a name to the goal laner as Filipino Savage, then maybe this Leslie gonna give Super Zenny Cutie as a Nepali Savage or something like that. But there is the setups coming out, a charge from the side of iQOO RNTX in the early phase, and look at the stun coming out from the glue, the grab. Okay, that's a good start, I can say. Like, this is the aggression, this is the confidence you are right now watching from iQOO RNTX, because they won the first game. They know this is the match point. If they're winning it, it's over. The first game goes to them. They will have a 1 point into their tables.
Exactly so. And that first blood might, oh sorry, that's not the first blood, that's the scorecard. Apologies. But let's see. Whichever team is gonna get the first blood here might actually be at an advantage, since the Leslie kind of has a better early game than the Claude. I mean, not in a team fight, of course, but in a 1v1 situation, of course, the Leslie is gonna win. Look at her, just freezing out the waves as much as she possibly can. And Aaron, though, he will still manage to get it, since he does have the BMI for an escape, but there might be a possible engage towards the top side, since Fredrin will be clearing out the small jungle, but instead, they can try and take a fight at the mid-river and deny Team September 9 or RNTX of the first turtle that's gonna be coming up by just poking their HPs down. And since everything is going well right now anyway, Fredrin looking for an engage there for the death strike. Gonna be coming in onto Madara. He is gonna be falling right now, which he misses the tech charge from that IMU, and he is going to get zoned away, far away from his team. Lilim is gonna get the kill all to him with his second skill, and right now September 9 gaining their early domination already, and now RNTX are the ones on the back foot.
Obviously, like, it's just a recap of the game number 1. It is like iQOO RNTX getting 2 kills and the turtle, and this time it is September 9, Nepal back into the game, guys. You can see the way Lilim was positioning herself, a first blood onto the Kalaya, and then going for the fight, big fight. I told you, like, this Valentina, it is kind of less in the damage, and there you go, the burst with the second skill and grabbing up the kill onto which. Yeah, and now you're gonna see that proper rotation coming out from them as well, because Lilim, you're giving him the chance to get the damage spike, and with the Farsa out there, you need to reach out the Farsa as well. Who else can be reaching out her? It might be Aaron the Creator after getting some spike, or maybe you can say the glue, but you really need to pass out Varudo as well as Gosu. They are on the sustain at this moment.
That's what they need to find out, a way to come back from that disadvantage they just faced. But given the fact that there's a Leslie whose true damage is just going to keep hurting unless Kalia finds a pickoff, this is going to be a bit problematic for RNTX, because they do not have a proper burst with that Kalia ultimate, unless which manages to copy up the feathered airstrike from the Farsa. But since Farsa is going to be playing so far into the backline, which might not even be able to see her in a onto the map before a team fight begins. So we'll see how RNTX manages to play with that kind of situation right here. But up on top, Claude is getting a lot of pressure onto him. He has to BMI far away from the lane, is going to be missing out on a few minions. But now the second turtle is going to be coming up, and Charin is kind of alone right now while the rest of his team is yet to arrive.
No flicker less, you have that info at this moment. You can actually go for the turtle or maybe the Leslie as well. The burst coming out, follow up, Gosu getting the kill onto Charin. And without the retreat holder, easy turtle once again coming out from September 9. What a comeback I will say September 9 is doing at this moment. And they're on to the top side. The Leslie, she'll be fine even without the flicker. The Kalea used up the Tsunami Slam, but the Leslie somehow finds his way back. And look at the follow-up, the instant follow-up from the September 9 side.
That's exactly what, and they are performing much better onto the game, and I feel like it has to do something with the servers as well, because first game it was Mumbai, so RNTX is much better onto that server, but this game it is that Nepal server. So technically enough, RNTX would be playing on a much higher MS compared to September 9, and it kind of shows in Madara's gameplay, but the rest of them seem to be fine. But we'll see, because that's going to be about that airstrike coming in along with a tech charge. Blue though gonna be taunted out here. Tsunami Slam right onto the turret, but the Bravest Fighter will help him to try and run away. Mirio gets the flicker out, but does he get the ultimate is the question. He doesn't. He still is trying to sustain himself right there. He finally gets it. He does get the kill, but he's under the turret, and that damage will enable the Leslie to get a kill this early. And he also manages to help Gosutoya get a double for his own team. And now that tier 1 up top will be free for the side of September 9 to take away.
Snipe onto Madara, then you're gonna say that a little bit out aggressive kind of play from Mirio, letting him down as well. So this is kind of a, like you can say, not a disciplined kind of attack from the side of iQOO RNTX. It's more like their need of kills at this moment, and therefore they're losing out their members. And Leslie, we have been talking about the pick though, but we all know in the late game, she's kind of monster. 2-shot kills. She do say the dialogue of 1 shot, but then it is more like a 2-shot kill, and she can actually achieve it with a BOD, and then you Berserker Fury as well. All these things gonna contribute to a better damage potential from that Leslie. Now the turtle coming in, and you're not gonna see any zone out from iQOO RNTX. They already lost the top tier 1 onto the top. It might be a free turtle, broken walls, easy turtle coming out for September 9, or are we going to see a contest? Charin is not looking forward it though, but onto the bot side, they're going for a setup here, which they being there. Let's see, okay, with the river flow, they're going for the follow-up here. Okay, there is the wall coming in with a feather airstrike coming up as well. Liliv literally bursting out at this moment. The grab being done. Mirio in a very bad position. That Phrases Ray, boom! Lilim with the killing spree onto Mirio, and on the bot side off cam kill for against Madara by none other than Omega Flow. September 9 literally changed the flow of the game. They are right now having the lead. They're dominating the whole way in the second game, and they really need to go for that third game decider. Look at that. They're invading the buff at this moment. Charin, he can't do anything. He's just gonna see it. It is the recap, I'm telling you. It is the recap of the first game, and there you go. The fight still continues, the skirmish still continues, but they're losing out the tiers, the structures in the mid, which is gonna contribute in a lot more bigger trade for the side of September 9. They will be expanding the mid lane, the jungle area for the fight. As you mentioned about the server, I always heard SMBI saying in Hindi that jiski lati uska sir. So like that's kind of thing, uska sir. That kind of thing is going at right now, Sara. Jiski lati jiska server. Jiski lati uska server.
A good relating to that code, I would say. But I mean, right now we can finally actually see the solo. That's going to be a Tsunami Sun coming in onto the Leslie. But where is the backup? Is the question. That was a solo engage coming in by Kalia. He expected the Claw to go in for the Blazing Duet along with the BMI, but he forgot that the Grok and the Farsa were there to just burst him down, and Aaron would not want to take that risk. So September 9 definitely strategized well in this one with that Leslie pick, and maybe it because also we saw they all those fighters underneath some Shin, and this game around also it's going to be a pure marksman. So technically enough, Gene Cutie will be onto his comfort picks in this game, and against a Claude, Leslie kind of works wonders.
Ban out the Zetian, giving out the Forza into the hand of Lilim, and this time nobody is there to catch up Lilim as well. So she is literally, I mean, he's literally doing so well at this moment. But into the bot side, Aaron the Creator, whenever, it's like a very old thing. Whenever this team falls, he's the one carrying out the team. With the Lord being into the hand of Team September 9, they will be losing out 2 structures from the bot section. Okay, there is a pause coming in. Maybe a network issue from, I believe it is India. Because I don't think like September 9 will ask for a pause at this level of game where they are doing so good.
I feel it. So, I mean, it could technically also be a technical issue from our side because we did see a reconnecting coming in, but let's just get it verified. And as we talk about a clause, look at the goal lead. It is 6.5k exactly in favor of September 9. And as we talk about leads, the game is back on. And this time around, Aaron is kind of going in for a bit of a split push. And finally, Leslie is going to get caught. Flickers out of the situation though. Tech Charge going to cut 3 of them. And Lillian gets a mega kill onto the Valentina. Mother will be caught out so very low. Leslie doesn't have the flicker but does not have the ultimate either, so he won't be able to secure that kill for himself, but that was definitely a very good escape coming in from him, and that's just the advantage that they have with their server right now.
Trust me, Sarah, I don't know why, but I really hate Novaria and Valentina in the mid. I mean, I really hate Novaria. I'm not sure why, but I really hate her. But for Valentina, I love to see her in the EXP. But whenever anybody's picking the mid, I feel like it's a waste. Because, like, you're going to contribute in the team fights. You're going to take out the ultimates. But what about the damage? What about the burst Amaze do? You don't have that much. So it's not so efficient for me. I mean, it's more like a situational kind of pick. So do the Novaria. It's a utility mage. But for me, in the utility section of the mage, it is Zetian, who is one of the best utility mage I can say. And Jushin, no doubt. No offense, nothing to say. Jushin is one of the best. So there you go, the Lord. Again entering. The Holy Shield popped up. And we are again entering the pause state as well. So do they defend the Lord though. But at the cost of the Holy Shield. So it's the first Lord and they're losing out the Holy Shields. It's fine. But then if the inhibitors are standing, do you think the Claude will get the spike? I told you, like, they're literally having no more damage other than the Claude. And if Aaron the Creator cannot make this team carry at this point, nobody else is there. Is Witch with the Valentina? He can only support. He can only follow up the team and give some setups with the tech charge or maybe taking out the feather airstrike. But it's more like nobody can reach out the Forza because of that Grok and that Fedrin. The taunts. Look at the taunts on the glue. Even in that top fight. Now entering into the game once again, Sarah.
Definitely back into the game, but this time around, September 9 will be managing to take that tier 2 into the mid lane, and RNTX doesn't even have that much of a wave clear. The Valentina is a breasty kind of mate, cannot really clear out the minions so fast. Claus, if he tries to go into the blazing duet, he's just going to be knocked up and taken away, just like a Madara got taken down right now. And that is not a good situation to be in. I can tell you that it is the server which is being so bad for Madara right now. And even Aaron had to purify out of that feathered airstrike just because of the amount of damage he dealt to himself with just 2 blasts. That kind of just shows the farm gap, which is at 10k right now, and RNTX would not be happy with this disadvantage that they are facing.
I doubted on that Leslie pick. He come up with a flicker against a Kalea. Until now, he is unkillable. Super Jenny Cutie. What a game coming out from this man. Against a Claude, even though it is a server thing or even though it is whatever it is, but the way he is channeling himself, the way he's positioning himself in the team fights, and now the spike, his team got the spike, so he's doing totally great. Savin got the blue buff though. No, it's not Savin, it's Mirio who got the blue buff there. He comes back with a safer side, but look at this. The inhibitors are still standing strong, but onto the top side, it is kind of in a moment to get break. And the lot coming in. The recall spam's been going on from the side of September 9. They're waiting for the Lord. And if Team iQOO RNTX can do anything here, it is more like a last game kind of thing. You can go in there, take the Lord for yourself. That might be one thing you can do. Or else we'll stay behind. Try for a defense. That's what I can say. Knockoff coming in. Charge from the side of September 9. They're going for the fight here. Look at that previous fighter on to Mirio. He went for the glue. Grab. But nothing gonna happen. He needs to go it back. And at the moment, I'm thinking, glue is not a counter of Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu is a counter of glue.
Exactly so. So that was actually a very smart draft coming in from the side of September 9. And unfortunately, I think Mirio picked up on the glue after the Lapu was already locked in.
Yeah.
So that was not a very good choice coming in from their side. Even the fact, I think they just wanted to catch the Leslie overall, but the Leslie was the last pick. So I do not really know why that glue pick was so favored. But hey, look at that flicker. Brave is fired into the backside. Aaron gets absolutely bursted down in one shot. People asked, what's Leslie going to do to a Baxia? But that's exactly what Leslie is going to do to a Baxia into the late game. 2000 true damage from the basic attack. Triple kill for him. We'll look for the Maniac. Gets the Maniac. We all judged that pick. We know we were wrong because, hey, Super Jin Cutie absolutely smashed the map. Smashed Land of Dawn right now.
I asked for the name Filipino Savage Kelra. Are we gonna see something like he got the Layla pick, he got the name Filipino Savage, and now we got the Leslie pick from Super Benny Cutie, and you saw the damage, you saw the work, he got the Maniac in the end. Bow down to the champion, to the GOAT of gold for the Nepal side, September 9, Super Benny Cutie. What a game with the Leslie. He might not be the Nepali Savage, but he will be the Nepali Maniac here, grabbing up the first Maniac in this Indian Nepal Showdown Act 2 against iQOO RNTX, one of the top team of India. That was a huge one coming out. And just like the first game, it is a clear domination kind of win from the side of September 9. What a start, what a end. Lilim to Super Benny Cutie to the whole September 9. It is Nepal making a statement. They're not here for the clean sweep, but for the reverse sweep. The match got into a 1-1 way, and now we are entering into the third game decided, the Heaven's Call. And this gonna be an interesting one to see because Jiski La Tiuski server kind of thing. And if you're gonna talk about it, then if the thing is true, then the server is on to iQOO RNTX next match, Mumbai. So Mumbai versus Nepal. There is no big difference in Nepal Bengal, but Nepal Mumbai there is a little bit difference. And we might gonna see that thing, but before that, this turtle fight, which is just the replica of the game number 1. But this time, the name just got changed, and it is September 9. It's been a days, Sarah. It's been 3-4 days. We are seeing like the red side is always winning. Is this that trained Aka? How Majetalo?
Possibly. I mean, hey, whoever gets the red side is kind of winning this one. And I think it's because of that second pick. It kind of allows you to draft, like counter draft against whatever hero is getting first picked from the side of the blue side. And here it was a Kelia. And Kelia, she, as good as she is, she has a lot of counters, and that's exactly what happened in this game. The Grok was supposed to be countered by the Kelia, but the reverse happened here, and that was also kind of because Madara couldn't, move around the map as freely as he would have liked to due to obvious reasons. But that Farsa and the positioning from the Farsa was absolutely so immaculate that it gave Leslie the space as well to try and go in for those kills every single time.
Genie Cutie, what a game it was from him. And he just got the MVP. We all doubted on him. I even doubted on him, and he just changed the perspective. He just changed the game with that Leslie pick, that triple kill, that Maniac coming out from him, and that proper damage, as you mentioned, onto a Bakshia. Sharon, I can see that what you got, though. It's fine, it's totally fine. It was a win-win game for the side of team Nepal, but this time, third game decider is coming in. Both the teams are literally kind of, like high on testosterone at this moment, high on endorphin at this moment. they really need to show that, or you can say high on adrenaline as well. They need to show their best. They need to grab up the win, 1 points into the table, and then you might gonna grab up that big prize pool of 50,000 diamonds, in which the winner will get 20,000 inter-region tournament. And like every team will get a chance to play with another Nepal team. And this is the first game, and September 9 just did the best job they could have ever done in this game, because it was a do what I said. I mean, you just give the dominating kind of finish to this game so that the third game will approach. And now the third game approached. There would be a lot of bans, because in the first game we couldn't saw a lot of things from the side of September 9, but this time they went for that Fedrin jungle. Apart from the Leo mode, they went for that Grok roam. So they might be thinking like the Esmeralda ban could have been traded out with a Grok ban, and you could have gone with a Kalea, because the Grok setup was also good. And the Farsa being there, and you have no one to catch up the backline other than Aaron, just with the one damage dealers. A lot of faults was been calculated by the RNTX side, and the Valentina pick in the last moment, so that which can give out the ultimates, can take out the ultimates from the side of September 9. So all these things, and you know what just happened. It is September 9's game. They're taking the game into the number 3. Let's see, India-Nepal Showdown is cooking, guys. And are you here or not? If you're not here yet, just go and share the stream to your friends. Let them know that the ESFI is doing something by just making their hands collide with NESA. And this is what the product comes. It is the India-Nepal Showdown with a 50,000 prize pool. 3 teams from India, 3 teams from Nepal fighting with each other to get the pride of their country. Is it India who's gonna finish up in the top, or is it Nepal who's gonna give that fiery entrance into that top stage? iQOO SATUL, iQOO RNTX, STL. From that side, we have Hora Esports, September 9, and TND. All these teams ready for the set, but for now, it is September 9 versus iQOO RNTX. Game number 3, the changing game, the decider game. The man or the team who will take over this game will have a point in the table and will have the respect from his fans. I mean, even though you lose, you're gonna get the respect, because it's the participation which is the most effective thing in a tournament. But let's see what will be happening. Both the teams are ready for it. Then the draft is cooking in. It is the Bakshia ban, not the Bakshia, the Grok ban coming out from the side of team September 9. iQOO RNTX, what's the thought? Jushin on the first.
Jushin, of course, I believe they would want to stick to the first game draft that they had done for themselves, because they completely kind of just own that game for themselves. But September 9, they have definitely learned their lesson in this one and will not be drafting double marksmen all over again. But right now, they have taken out the Grok. RNTX will, of course, take out Jushin, Freya, and quite possibly their third ban might be a flex or gamble, depending on the fact what September 9 bans out here. September 9, meanwhile, can take out the YSS, deny Aaron and Charing both of one of their main picks, and also take out the Kadita. I need to look into the patch notes as to why the Kadita is being banned so much, but maybe it's just a respect ban to either of the mid laners.
Okay. Yuzong is open though this time, and the third ban, September 9, loves to ban that Yuzong out from the map. But you can trade out the Kalea for yourself, or the Ishinshin in the first pick. But the last time, the first match, if you're going to think about the first match, they went for the Esmeralda first pick. So, okay, there will be the Ishinshin ban coming out straight away from RNTX. A Granger into the head of Aaron the Creator will make my day for sure. So there is the third ban coming out from the side of team September 9. What it could be?
Let's see, they take out the Yisushin themselves this time, because they kind of realize the fact that Sep 9 would just deny that pick if it was left open, and you do not want to really give away a Yisushin to your enemy either. So the Freya might be a third ban for RNTX here, unless they want to leave it open, judging from the fact that Gene QT prefers his pure marksman a little bit over the fighter gold lane meta. September 9, what is their deciding ban going to be? A Kalea all over again, or do they give away the Kalea and ban the Yuzong? There we go. As we speak of it, nearly almost there, we will be taking away the Yuzhong from the hands of RNTX and Mirio. So RNTX, of course, will take away the Freya as well. This does leave September 9 with the Hilda or Kalia first pick for themselves. The Esmeralda, Yib, Lancelot. These are possibilities too. Or maybe just deny everything, deny that Lapu Lapu on the EXP, but hey, no, it's going to be the Hilda after all.
Yeah, there's lots of good bands you can say, but they will be going with the same picks kind of thing. Hilda first pick. Last time it was Esmeralda. Okay, not the Esmeralda. It was first pick Hilda. I was wrong. Esmeralda comes after the third pick. But this time, as I mentioned, that Yuzong will be in the ban section. Even though the ultimate cooldown is kind of 70 seconds in the early phase, still this guy is getting banned. It's like Yuzong, Ranger, this kind of thing. You can nerf it, but they will never get into the nerf section. They will be always in the buff. But now the two picks from iQOO RNTX not gonna change a lot of things, but still gonna give us a hint that if iQOO RNTX really wants to go for an aggressive kind of pickup or just like proper normal, and they will just go with the flow. Veteran in the first pick, that was a quick move. When the Lunox is open, carry is right now being there. There's two picks. What do you think?
Definitely, I mean, something to strategize with because we saw Charin play the Boxer in both the games, and right now he locks in onto the Fredrin, which is actually considered to be a Hilda counter because of those constant taunts and knockups. It would just kind of stop the Hilda in its tracks when she tries to go in for somebody from the side of RNTX. This could also mean that they want the Kimi towards their mid lane and force a fighter for the gold. But then again, we would have to see if it is going to be a Claude gold again, or maybe the carry gold from the side of RNTX, or if September 9 kind of just denies all those picks.
Yep. I mean, a Fedrin, Lapu Lapu at the same time. Lilim got the chance to go for a Lunox or maybe the Fursa, but this time the Fursa is kind of vulnerable to that Lapu Lapu here. And they have yet to go for three picks, so you cannot go early Fursa pick. You can wait for the second phase, but you can go with a carry pick at this moment. But if they are going with the carry, the Harith is open as well, and Aaron can go up with a Harith. So there is a lot of perspectives which can be done by them. Okay, the Fursa on the hand of Lilium, and there will be the Alice into the EXP by Varudo. Varudo will be on the Hilda, so it will be Omega Flow on the Alice. So let's see, like September 9 is going for the sustained invasion potential, AoE kind of burst. Okay, they are kind of mixed in this draft though, but the banning phase carry. And the creator straight away went for the carry, and now you got the two bans. You're gonna ban out the Claude, you're gonna ban out the Harith, but no, they're gonna ban out the Winnie first.
I mean, who knows, we see a Leslie all over again, because you know what? The first kill from Leslie, if she pops it and Carrie isn't using her ultimate, you can't burst the Leslie because you won't be able to hit an invisible character. So that kind of just complicates things here a bit for the side of RNTX if they do decide to pick up the Leslie again. But they might want to avoid that. I mean, let's just say there's a Fredrin, there's a Lapu, and now a Lunox. So you might just not say the Leslie as well, but it's still a very 50-50 situation right now. But RNTX, carry and Lunox into the same draft. So that is again a double scale comp. Lunox does have a little bit of early burst, but will it work out against September 9's draft is the question. The Farsa has a far higher early burst from the Feathered Airstrike, but hey, that's gonna be a Granger coming in from the September 9. Interesting pick, I would say.
Jenny Cutie going on to the perfect pick for Adam the Creator. Like, he loves to play that Granger. He has a massive win rate with that Granger as well, but this time it is on the hand of Jenny Cutie, and it is the Bakshia into the hand of Gosu Toya. So it's like the same matchup, but they just traded the junglers, Fedrin for Sharon, Bakshia for Omega Flow. But what if, like, Sharon could have gone for a last pick, not a first pick, Fedrin, he could have went for the Joy as well. I mean, against a Baxia, Joy does work good, so could have done that. But there will be a lot of magic though. Like you got the Lunox, now the Joy, and okay, Madara. Not Madara. What is happening?
Teammates? Hello? I mean, wait a minute.
Yep. I don't know what is happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I believe something like a problem.
Yeah, a little
Technical glitch
technical
comes up.
glitch.
Yeah.
But from the picks, I would say that the Baxia Granger is actually Charin and Aaron. Aaron's Granger is just so top notch, and we have been seeing it all along. So, technically enough, it is September 9 with the Fredrin, Lapu Carry, and Lunox comp. That would make sense because RNTX does not usually go in for the double scale comp.
I was talking about trading the jungles, and the system changed the whole team. The whole players got changed, and that's quite good though. But as you mentioned, like the Pork Burst, one of the OG combo in our MOBA 5v5 scene, the Corsa and the Granger with a sustained kind of pick up jungle. There is the Bakshia, there is the Alice, and they got the Hilda for the invasion. So if it is team I mean, if it is team September, I mean, IQ RNTX, then it is totally a fine lineup as well. But if it is team September 9, they're also good with it because look at this lineup. In the late game, it's going to give out a lot of shine with a Granger, with proper stack onto the Sky Piercer. It's going to be a hella ride for team whoever it is, IQ RNTX or September 9, whoever it is.
Because, it swapped again.
Yeah, they swapped again.
Okay. Let's just see. We'll find out the proper details once the match begins and we step into the land of dawn. So I guess let's just build the suspicions a little bit more for a few minutes because, hey, both the drafts are looking very, very good here. And end of the day, I think that single one-win condition will lie with the Granger and the carry matchup. Whichever gets to snowball from the early game will have the advantage towards the late. Only and only if the game proceeds after the 13 to 14 minute mark is where the carry will outshine the Granger. And even then, if the Granger has a lot of Sky Piercer stacks, he would be able to burst her down before she bursts him down. And hey, I told you, it's Aaron's signature pick along with Charin on the Baxia for the third game in a row. iQOO RNTX versus September 9th tiebreaker game 3 in this best of 3 of India-Nepal Showdown day 1.
Okay, this is iQOO RNTX on the left side, and it is Aaron the Creator onto the Granger. You see a Granger in the off-meta scene, it is Aaron the Creator, my boy, or maybe Radium, or maybe it is into the hand of Kyle, who knows. But this time it is Aaron the Creator for real against Zenny Cutie's carry. Last time Zenny Cutie's carried the whole game. I mean, 2 games, Sarah. First game went to Aaron the Creator, the goal laner of iQOO RNTX. Second game, it went to the MVP, went to the hand of Super Jenny Cutie, the goal laner from September 9. So it's like the goal laners era going in this India-Nepal Showdown's first game. But there you go, early game invasion coming out from Madara. There is a little bit of poke coming out from Lilim as well. But we have seen this combo, Carry and Lunox. It just broke a big win streak in a big land of India. So do you think the same thing's going to happen and Nepal will start this showdown with a win, or it is India making the comeback?
Quite possible, I would say, for both of these teams, but let's see who gets the upper hand. Madara here kind of is trying to steal away the small creep, but Lilith will stop it in its tracks and stop it from going to the side of RNTX. This game around, the Fredrin actually needs to play it out a bit safe because he is going to be very vulnerable to burst damage coming in from the side of RNTX. But hey, he's the one going in for a weapon engage at the turtle, Ash.
Okay, the turtle. Let's see who's having it first. It just started from September 9 though, but there is the Turtle reset. Beautiful backline support coming out. Feather Edge Strike being used at this moment. They got the Turtle. Sharon with the Retribution. There you go. The sustain from Mirio. And he went for that swap. But there is the Brilliance coming in. The Bloodhound in a beautiful time. Flicker baited at this moment. Power of one is coming in. Sliver of HP. First blood secured by RNTX. Bitch. Beautifully. The starting from iQOO RNTX at this moment. Okay, Mirio goes in. Feather Edge Strike. Oh, no, not the Feather Edge Strike. Just the burst though. Oh, the tier damage. Madara. You could have gone, but a little bit of that tier damage will be taking him out. I thought the veteran might gonna go out, but that Appraiser's Wraith onto the time save him up.
Absolutely. So early lead being secured by the side of RNTX, already 500 in their favor. But look at that fight. Alice went in for the fight, and then September 9 tried to catch them off guard by trying to come in from the backside. But the damage, the early burst from the Hilda as well as the Farsa was a little too much for September 9 to handle. They got taken down under their own turret, and only Hilda fell down to the turret damage. So let's see, RNTX, they have secured that early game, but all they need to do is get the farm all for Aaron. But hey, look at Charin, he's gonna get caught out though. He's alone in the middle of 4 people. Yeah, you cannot escape a situation like that.
In the jungle area of September 9, you're calling out 4 people coming in, using the Brave Spider. That was a kind of good kill coming out for the side of Team iQOO. No, September 9. Super due, not like the first 2 games, like both the teams are literally having the early game. This time it's like both the teams are literally going for a 50-50 chance in the early phase of the game. Okay, that is a 2v1 situation coming in, but before that, it will be the turtle spawn into the Ladder Dawn for the second time. Expanding river, you have a chance to give a proper rotation into the top. Aaron planning for it as well. He gonna support his team for this turtle, and with a 5v4 situation, it might be iQOO RNTX to grab up this turtle for them. There is the fight coming in, a little bit of poke coming in as well. Oh my goodness, that Sonata popped up as well. Bloodhound out of 3 members, 3 man just got into the hand. Retribution goes to Toya with the turtle, with the retreat. Appraiser's Wraith comes up, but he's at a lot less HP right now. Goes to Toya, falls down in the hand of Mirio. There is a kill onto Sharon. Lilim falls down, bursts onto him. Bitch secures this kill. And on the bot side, the trade comes up for Jenny Cutie. He got all those goals sucked out from that tier. They managed to get the turtle as well. So it's more like a 50-50 once again from September 9.
Absolutely. So head to head, I think this game, it's going far better from all of the games that we have witnessed so far. Both the previous games were one-sided, at least it felt that way, but this time neither of the teams, they want to lose this. They want to represent their country's glory. They want India and Nepal to showcase what each of them have got, and as we speak, September 9 equalized the kill count by securing a kill onto Madara onto the bot side.
Little bit aggressive. He's going and he just got his price for it as well. But there you go. Like, you need to take care of Mirio as well. Like, we know this Alice in the late game will be a bigger threat, bigger problem. You're going to distract out a lot of things. And at that point, Sharon might get objectives for his team. But that was a crazy retreat, though, from Gosu Toya. He was there, and he was fighting for a 50-50 retreat situation. That onto a 5v4 situation. Like, so many junglers get panicked at that point. But he literally calmed his mind, got the turtle, but now there is Madara going in. Flicker baited. He goes down. The damage spike coming in, and it is Lilim with the strike, with the kill into his hand. This is not at all a good case. The early phase is going literally 50-50 for both these sides, and there is a carry in September 9. You need to take care of the goal lane. Otherwise, the late game will literally fall into the hand of September 9. The third turtle contest is coming in. The bravest part of being used. They're literally zoning them out from the turtle. Easy turtle for the side of September 9 here. No contest, nothing from iQOO RNTX, and they are having a 700, a little 700 goal lead for themselves.
Exactly so. And right now, September 9. They need to back off a bit because the pressure is coming in from the hands of iQOO RNTX, but that feathered airstrike is a little too far. But the Throne of Ruin comes in though onto the carry, but can that carry escape is the question. Lunox definitely bursting Mirio down, but the Chaos Assault will find the killing spree for himself. Lilim does get that kill, but the side of iQOO RNTX also managed to find Gosutoya, who was sustaining everything for his team into the front line. Oh, Brilliance as well as the Flicker trying to take down Madara might prove to be a mistake, but Charvini went back in with that low HP and Carry found the kill. Lapu Lapu comes in, Omega Flow will find a kill onto the Aaron, but Madara here escapes with 1 HP, that passive, and the heals from the bushes, saving his life by barely a millimeter there.
Kumar moment for Sharon though, because that was not needed. You could have gone back, but you literally went for a fight and it doesn't got the follow-up. That was a fight. Look at this. I mean, all the resources baited, power of wilderness, but then just goes back. But at this moment, even Lilim goes back. He doesn't went for the fight, and then the Charin got busted down by Jenny QT. Ranger falls down in the hand of Omega Flow, and there was a moment Madara was about to go down as well, but another fight coming in. Madara once again getting knocked out here. Feather strike used though. We're on to the bot side. A 1v1 between Super Ben Jenny QT versus Aaron the Creator. He got the structure. He's going for the Death Sonata. He will get follow-up, but Sarin and the team will be following up Aaron at this moment. He outplayed himself though, but now the follow-up coming in. Glorious Pathway used. Can Aaron save him up? At this moment, he's getting a lot of damage though. He goes back with the blink, but he's getting taunted by Gosutoya and will be secured by him as well. And not only him, but Sharon will fall down with Mirio. Another +1 for September 9. 3 men's down, and they're going for the 4th one maybe. They use the British fighters. What a follow-up. What a team game coming out from the side of September 9. 3-man down with a Richie Holder not present in the Lad of Dawn. It is the 5v3 situation. 5v2 situation for the Lord. September 9. Easy Lord coming in for them.
Domination on point. Bottom lane, 1 engage, 3 kills for the side of September 9. Alice got an amazing setup, but by then his damage dealers were already out of the entire map and out of the equation of trying to get those kills and provide backup to the Alice. Let's just see. Granger too far ahead for his team, which still was able to flicker out. Got marked by the Fredrin so hard, but Hilda was there to protect him, so thankfully he used up the Wings by Wings and was able to maneuver and escape. But right now again the pressure is being created. Killing spree for Gene QT shows why he loves those marksmen. He loves his pure gold laners. And right now 1 man down, the front laner down, who's Purify, the Flicker and Purify will already be being used up. And now since the Lord is going to be marching in, Lapu Lapu can go in for a free engage. The Heavenly Blessing is still there though, so technically the Lord should be defended quite easily, but the charge will be given anyway. Omega Q. Oh my god, that stun was absolutely on point, but thankfully, just thankfully, Aaron had the Flicker.
7k Hughes goal lead from September 9. There is the items already been on for the side of September 9. They're literally going for the structures at this moment. They got all the state tier 2, and now they're giving out the lane pressure. Look at this. They got the Dominance Eyes. He got a Radiant Armor for the Fursa. Anticurus also for the Granger. So everything onto the point for the Fedrin. So do for the Hylos as well. Athena, Anticurus, and that James as well. So that he will have the mana. This is the thing we were talking about. If we are going a little bit late in this game, this is the game for a carry. This is the game for a Lunox. We have seen this combo doing a greater investment, or you can say a greater streak, getting broken down by this combo in a big tournament of India, and it's just between these 3 days, so it's not like this is a new from the Jane QT.
Carry, oh carry, you give a carry the time to farm up. You don't mark her down for just a few minutes into the game. less than 10 minutes in fact, and she is going to show you why she is either banned or marked so hard that she cannot farm. But look at that fight. The Fredrin just sustaining every single one of the Rhapsodies and Death Sonatas coming in from the Granger, and he wasn't even able to deal anything of that damage. Throne of Ruin was an amazing setup coming in from Mirio. He has been doing that in every single fight, but the problem is his team just isn't able to give the backup. Feathered Airstrike, it did find Lilim in this fight, but the rest of the fight, the amount of sustain and damage output from the side of September 9 was far, far higher.
7K goal is still continuing and dominating this game from the side of September 9. They're going for the fight before the Lord. And Sharon, he's going back. Can it be a Kumar moment? No, he somehow finds his way back into the safer zone, but now he cannot come back for this Lord. He was there to take a retreat clutch though. Feather Airstrike coming from the behind. The great follow-up from Witch though. The glorious pathway being used at this moment. And they're going for the fight, a 5v5 situation. Loadout inside the 4 members. It is Mirio who will getting chunked down. Madara goes down. Witch with the clutch. He got the Lord. Witch with the clutch. He got the Lord there. He carrying the team at this moment. But now it's just the 2 members. The Lord also got in the hand of RNTX. But can these 2 members defend the base? They're taking their way. They will be clearing out the minions. But what was that? 2 retreat holders present in the Land of Dawn. But it was Witch who will be taking out with his Feather Airstrike. What a way to secure the Lord. RNTX, they are not going back. They will be fighting again and again. They will stay here. They won the win. They want India to take a 2-1 win in this first match of India-Nepal Showdown. What was that? Crazy one. In that way, they took a kill on to Warudo. And not only Warudo, they got the Lord. This was the moment I was saying, like, you're halting there. You're letting them not come into the Lord way. But then the AoE, then the zone effect comes up. And he got the Lord there. Unstoppable for the carry, but doesn't matter. The Lord into the hand of iQOO RNTX. And now they're proceeding to the charge.
RNTX just don't know when to give up, but September 9 is holding the game at the same time as well. We will see the Lords marching in from the bottom lane. The top and mid will be pushed on its own, but for now RNTX need to find a way to take those tier 2s if they want to gain any advantage from this Lord. But the problem is the front line and the carry. If the carry is not shut down anytime soon, things might be a very big problem. Like right here, the glorious pathway comes in and Aaron will get taken down by Omega with an unstoppable, and they're going in for more. Madara will be caught out alone into that fight. September 9 will take him down with Omega getting a double kill for himself, and onto the backside, Gene Cutie is gonna find Alice. Just bursts her down in a 1v1. September 9 with the comeback from that little bit of a setback. They are here to show why they want to win. Feather Airstrike to clear out the way will successfully do that. Tyrant gets a kill onto the Fredrin though, so RNTX has not given up yet, Ash. But these 2 teams, they are fighting it out head to head, every single team fight, and all that remains for both the teams are the inhibitors to be protected.
All this time, look at September 9, they're maintaining the goal lead as well. That is totally in the 6K, almost 7K. This is what you need, the maintenance of that goal lead. You don't want this goal lead to get into the hand of RNTX, or maybe they will be getting into the items they need at this moment. But this game is proceeding towards the late, and Super Jenny Cutie not even down for a single time. The unstoppable goal laner from Nepal is unkillable right now. Will he manage to give the first win to Nepal, or is it the god, the goat in the goal lane, and the creator who can make something for Team India at this moment? This game is going insane. As you mentioned, the double kill from Omega Flow. He was literally charging with the British fighter, and now looking after the zone, Madara, he's going for it, but the lack of CC is the thing I will say. Nobody's reaching out the backline. Feather Airstrike coming for a breach here. He's taking out the lane clearance. The Lord into the zone, guys. Let's see who will be having this third Lord. Which he managed to secure the Lord. He managed to somehow clutch out from the 2 retreat holders. But now it is time for this third Lord. Before that, a fight coming in there. It wants to stop out Madara there. The British fighter being used at this moment. But it will get a cooldown of 10 to 12 seconds. So it is not more than that. It is like Omega Flow will get it back soon as possible. then he might gonna engage once again. But now you need some lane pressure onto the top. That might gonna distract you or hindrance, give you the hindrance for the Lord. It might be a play from RNTX Medio, which could save up iQOO RNTX at this moment if he can sustain out the 4 members. We have seen some Alice player doing the same thing and taking the team into a win, but can Mirio do this? Death Sonata coming in the proper zone from Aaron the Creator. They reset out the Lord dance still going on, Sarah.
Definitely the Lord dance is going on, and an engage coming in from Adara onto the carry. Alice with the backup, and a witch is gonna get the shutdown and the killing spree on the Gene Cutie this time. Aaron the Creator still struggling to this position himself. Flicker coming in from Lilim. The Rose Gold is gonna save Aaron the Creator's life. 1 down from the side of iQOO RNTX. September 9 lose 1 as well, but the fight is still on. Madara into the fight, trying to stop the backline from forcing onto his team, but the Fredrin and Lapu Lapu will be taken down quite low along with the Lunox, and they have to recall to get their HPs back up before the next Lord fight, because these teams, they do not want to give up. If the carry comes back anytime soon, along with which it is going to be the same fight all over again, but this time around the Alice will not have the flicker, and that is going to get September 9 an option to try and escape from the range of the Throne of Ruin. But Madara getting heavily marked here from the taunts and the knockups. Can he escape is the question, and yes, he is going to.
I mean, 9-22, the deficit is so high, but Team iQOO RNTX are not giving the chance to take on the Lord or to take on the game for September 9. They're fighting till the last breath, but now they're just letting them away from the zone. The Lord is still standing strong. It is a big Lord, you can say, because it is currently 19 minutes to this Lord. So you cannot take it out easily. But look at this. Zenikuni, what just happened? He falls down in the hand of the Aaron the Creator. Loda comes up. Lilim falls down. Witch into the way. He went for the feather strike. Sliver of HP. The immortality got popped down. A Praises Ray. That's a boom. But it will not casualty. It will not catch any casualties for the side of September 9. They're going back at this moment. He doesn't have the he do have the retribution, but he doesn't have the proper zoning to come onto the Lord, and he's getting hindrance by the members of iQOO RNTX. He goes back there, a Lord for iQOO RNTX, a possible comeback for iQOO RNTX. Can September 9 do something at this point? Can they clutch it out? No, Sharon will be securing the Lord, and the match will still go with the flow. September 9, they need to defend it out, but the spike is coming into the hand of iQOO RNTX, goal laner and the Creator. Both the damage dealer are carrying the game for RNTX at this moment.
20 minutes, 11-22 scoreline, and RNTX is still holding it. Not only holding it, they have managed to flip the goal lead to just 4k in their deficit, and they also have the Lord, which is going to be charging in that bottom lane. All the other tier 2s will be taken down by themselves onto the mid and top lane, but if September 9 does Zen defend this Lord, that's going to be a lot of dashes being used up by these teams to dodge the feathered airstrike, which is really hurting even the tanks from the side of September 9. They are looking for a bit of an engage though. Gotsutoya will be taken down to his half HP, and the inhibitor on the top lane is at a danger of being taken down, but RNTX here slowly pushing towards that bottom lane inhibitor. Aaron, he will have to back off. Madara gets taken down way too low. Tyreen is absolutely getting melted by the Lunox, and he will get taken down. Mistake is gonna happen, but which compensates for that loss by taking down Zavarudo on the high loss. 1-for-1 trade, and still only the inhibitor standing for both of these teams.
Roamer for Roamer, situation is kind of totally same at this moment. 50-50 you can see there. And another fight coming in. The Death Sonata comes up. Loda inside the tier. There is the Feather Strike, but this time RNTX Mirio will be deleted down by the damage coming in. Wings by Wings. He goes back. The Flicker British fighter. Can he catch up? Can he catch up Aaron the Creator? No. The Death Sonata coming in. He goes back at this moment. They're 3v4 situation. They don't want to take up any fight. Lilim as well as Super Genie Cutie. Both of them are alive in this situation. So you cannot take a fight. They're the two damage dealer from their side. Madara, he just get his back into the map. The Sharon, he couldn't survive that fight. And that was the moment I was telling, like, the Bakshi was sustaining a lot, but at the same time, they got a Lunox, they got a carry. So they're going to give that true damage. They're going to give that burst onto the Bakshi, and he might not going to survive. But at that moment, there might be a chance, there might be an opening, but beautiful things being done by the creator at this moment. He went for the lane pressure though. Lord is still being contested by the side of September 9. Are we gonna see a same contest from the side of September 9? Chairman coming in though. Glorious Pathway, use Retribution, goes to Toya. Lord secured. Now they're going for the charge. Slaver of HP for Bridge. He goes down. Godlike Omega Flow with the kill onto the witch. And it might be the end for iQOO RNTX. A bigger trade comes up from them. And the recall taunt started. They also know that this is a trade from their side. Which the one who can take up the minions, who can clear up the minions, who can burst out their roamer, who can burst out the veteran has been taken out at this moment. Sarah, at this point, do you think Aaron, the creator, will do something miraculous?
The amount of nerfs onto the Granger's lane clear. This is just looking so very bad for the side of RNTX right now. There are around 25 seconds on the clock, and the waves will be charging in from all the lanes. No inhibitor towers going to be left open. Let us have a look at the live match, because we can see the Lord using its charge for the bottom lane inhibitor, and that is going to fall. Aaron picks up on the BOD to try and clear the lanes a little faster, but Witch is back into the scene, gets taunted. The airstrike is going to get cancelled, but goes to Toya, going to be very deep into the fight. The flicker comes in from the Lunox as well as the Lapu Lapu, but Lunox now very deep inside. The Sky Piercer will be able to get that immortality out, and we're just gonna get the kill onto Lilim, but Jean Cutie is gonna burst down Baxia. Aaron still trying to hold it out. Goes to Tuya, definitely marking down the backline as much as possible. The Lord gets shaken down, though all the members of September 9 are very low here. The Meta Strike is gonna come in. Madara tries to go in for the engage, gets the immortality out from the high lows, but Mirio here is gonna be caught out very low, and now the Fredrin is trying to go in for the Appraiser Strike that's gonna get the kill onto Mirio, but Madara and Aaron and Witch are still in the fight. Can they go in for a little bit of a finish is the question. Glorious Pathway comes in. Carry tries to come in with the ultimate at the same time. Minions are going to be charging in on the base, but the death strike will not be enough for September 9. Will not be enough to take down the Nepali underdogs, and they will take down the base in game 3 with a complete reverse sweep for themselves.
2-1. The start was so dominating from iQOO RNTX. We all thought it might be a 2-0, but then it was Super Genie Cutie with that Leslie who finds some maniac, clutch the series for himself, and then in the start game decider, we saw a big game from both these sides. A nerve-to-nerve fight, a fight which just went on past 20 minutes, and then we saw the result. It is Team September 9 from Nepal Kingdom who will be getting the victory here with a 2-1 way in this VO3 series. They're getting the first point in this India-Nepal showdown. Tried their holy best by iQOO RNTX, but what can they do with a Lunox and carry out there? Whenever you are sustained, doesn't matter. They're gonna burst you out. They're gonna give you the true damage. They're gonna take you down. 3 ways the inhibitor falls down. All the minion waves comes in. Witch tried his best to clear it up, but then it was Super Genie Cutie who just goes in, lock down the base, lock down the crystal, and finds a win. And that guy was unkillable throughout the match. It was a big game from September 9. They went for that drop. They went for something new for them as well. A Fedrin into the hand of, you can say, Gosu Toya, and what a setup comes in. He got the clutch steal onto the turtle. We saw a lot clutch steal from Witch. But in the end, it is Team September 9 giving us the win for Team Nepal. What a start for in this India-Nepal showdown for Nepal. They got the first win, and India still in the hunt for the win. In the next game, it will be two of the best team of India and Nepal. One from India is iQOO SQL. Another one is Hora Esports. Is India going to take the revenge? Or are we going to see the same setups, same manner of win from Team Nepal? But MVP, Sarah, any guess? Super Genie Cutie is in the list though. Lilim is also in the list. But I know who's going to get the MVP loss. It is the GOAT Witch.
Absolutely so. And let's just say September 9's Lapu Lapu, Omega Flow with the flow like you mentioned. But don't Oh no! Gene Curie steals away that MVP from his fellow EXP laner. But let's see. Absolutely just devastating here. Because hey, that Lapu Lapu did so much for his team. And if you take a look at the KDS as well, 10.1, 10.5. Amazing situation for the side of team you know what, September 9th. And RNTX, they did their so very best. Madara tried to mark down the right targets. Aaron definitely with those item swaps, absolutely trying to demolish everything. But Rich, the GOAT mid laner from India, he did every single thing possible, but end of the day, the lock base coming in from carry, I think that's what changed things so much.
20,000 diamonds in the first prize. Everybody has their eyes on it. So it's like the start for September 9. It might be ending with another Nepal team getting a win, or maybe Indians coming back into the scene, because we are yet to show our best team in the matchup. That is iQOO SHUL. We're waiting for their slot, the second game, which is against Hora Esports, which will be another big game in this India-Nepal showdown. 3 days of this showdown and 9 fiery games. So what you're waiting for? Join with your friends, share the stream to your friends, like our stream, comment down. Are you supporting the Nepal teams, or are you from the Indian Kingdom? And do not forget to follow up our Instagram handle for such exciting events and their info to get into your hand. And with this, me, STZ, and Sarah will be taking a break, and the new challenge will be joining up for the second game between iQOO SHUL versus Team Hora Esports. And a big congratulations to September 9 for starting the way with a win. And hard luck to iQOO RNTX. 2 more games to go. So cheer up, champs. You can do it as well.
Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Is absolute. Is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Well, Peachy, it seems like we are finally back for the match number 2. But again, for all of you who are just joining in right now, welcome to India Nepal Showdown, presented to you by ESFI, that is Indian Esports Federation. Esports Federation of India, of course. The India is there, but at the end, but it doesn't matter because we also have Nepal Esports Federation as NESA. So quite a big tournament, quite a big format. So, Peachy, I don't want to be the only person speaking, so why don't you tell them about the format of the event? Because we have more things to talk about after that.
Definitely. It's gonna span out on the 3 days with teams constantly fighting each other. And guess what? It's gonna be India versus Nepal constantly. So I would love to see how the teams will be gathering points because the number of wins will be gathering you points, and a lot of wins definitely is gonna put you up into the leaderboards. And with that, you are gonna be guaranteed towards that good amount of prize pool, the big prize pool that our ESFI and NESA has planned out for us. Yep, it's gonna be 50,000 prize pool. With that, let's go towards our teams. Looks like the teams are all ready, Shinryu.
Yes, and I think this was the most anticipated match. Not that the other matches are not fun, but this one especially has two big names behind it. It's going to be Hora Esports taking on against iQOO SE12. For those of you who are not very well versed with Hora Esports, they are the team that has represented Nepal very recently at the International Showdown. So when I say international tournament, I mean at the international stage, they have really good experienced players like Yahiko. I think the name really sounds familiar to a lot of people. Then there's Konigon, Bob, and Master Up Kinder Joy. A very solid lineup. And I really want to see how do they perform against the team like iQOO SE12, who I think just a day before, if you take the midnight as a day before, then they won the prize pool of 1.5 lakh. To be exact, 12.5 lakh to be very exact. So, Arch and G Cup by Waterham. So, that is there. But again, those things will be cited. But the reputation precedes themselves. I think, Peachy, you're very well with iQOO SE12. Why don't you just give them a little bit background of the team?
One of the oldest teams on the Indian server right here. I believe they have went away, with a lot of few names. And as soon as the Indian tournaments have started right in India, they have been making names in big tournaments as well. So right here, back again at the India versus Nepal showdown. Would love to see them how they will be playing. But for our esports, they are no less as well. I have seen this name, time by time, in our Indian teams as well. So curious to know, and I'm pretty sure both the teams know each other very well, like the players as well. And on top of that, how they play. So it's going to be very interesting match.
Interesting, of course. Then again, it's a best of 3 format for now. So 3 games it is. And the thing is, the servers for this game will be Mumbai server. I think a lot of you are curious to know, which servers they are being played in, because that really reveals a lot, especially for a team that is based in Mumbai. Their entire lineup, if not the entire lineup, I think most of their players will be based in Mumbai. So iQOO still should have a little bit of advantage, whereas Hora Esports might struggle a little bit with the ping, but then again, they have to adjust because there's a toss for a reason. You win the toss, you get the server or the sites to be chosen. So that's there again. But on top of that, Hora Esports, they are opting for the bans already. Both the teams have banned the heroes now. 9 seconds left on the timer. We'll talk about the ban soon. Let's see what the first pick is so we can get more idea why the bans are there, Peachy. So
Definitely.
just a few seconds away and we'll soon know what the heroes are. But then again, if you see heroes like Grok, Esmeralda ban, that means that they want to go for something squishy that cannot be targeted. Leo mod, first pick into the jungle. Quite strong.
Quite strong, but it is also another interesting pick. I was expecting something like a Kalea or even another tank or maybe like a Katutkacha. Katutkacha is not yet a popular first pick, but at the same time can give you a lot of advantages. So that was there. And let's not forget YSS as well. One of the strongest jungler and onto the gold lane as well. This hero has been played on flex in a way that you could be surprised. Like you have to second guess where he is going. So that is also another good pick. But at the same time, opening up the Yuzhong, is it a right choice?
I think opening up the Yuzhong can prove a lot of problem because the Yuzhong has also this flex potential that it can go to the goal lane. But more so, I think for the team like IQ SE12, since it's not Joseph still playing into the jungle, Jay is back into the lineup. It could very well that this YSS is going into the goal lane, but then again, we'll see. The reason behind the Yuzhong being picked by IQ Citadel is because it can counter the YSS. So you do not want to give it away while you pick the YSS. That means like you're already putting a nail in your coffin. You do not really wish to get a hard time when you're playing this hero. Positioning is very important. But at the same time, you can see heroes like Gatutkacha, like the Alice, they would want to get close to you and make the life of this YSS farm into the jungle very difficult. Then again, a lot of dive coming in from Hora Esports. They are really playing aggressive with their lineup with the first three picks itself. And again, talking about the side of IQ SE12, they still have to, get some kind of peel apart from the Yuzhong that can actually, protect the YSS. The Yuzhong is more for the engage, initiation, dive onto their backline, that is Hora Esports. So that is there. But then again, Abhi or Asuna here will go for the Lunox, which is really required if you want to burst the Alice, isn't it?
That is one of the signature pick, and whenever SA12 really sees a bit of a tankiness as well, they do tend to pick up a Lunox, so that is there onto their hands. Now again, uh, crazily enough, both the teams did not go in for a marksman. They are just trying to off-put it for the second phase. So that just leaves us to the bans once again. Now the bans, definitely the Claude, the carry. I do feel like they are gonna get targeted, especially the Claude though. Either of the teams, are they gonna go in for that gamble that leaving the Claude out?
I think for IQ SE12, they still have that, flex onto the YSS. Still
Yes.
not sure which lane it is going for. So the Claude could bring in trouble because there's no one to stop the Claude if it really can farm up quickly and can come online. And if you're going against heroes like which has a very high HP, then you would not wish to leave those heroes open. And thus, it is very important that you have some methods to either counter it or just ban it off. And I think I've really put up a very important point here because for the set of Hora Esports, the damage is not going to be enough with those three heroes alone. Yes, they have quite a bit tanky lineup. The Leo mod, of course, it has damage, but not nearly enough to actually burst down heroes very quickly. So they need a little bit of insurance in the late game. So getting a marksman would really makes their job easy. You can already see IQ dual banning of the Kimi, trying to reduce the mid control and not add more problems for this Lunox to actually do a lot in the middle lane because the Lunox kind of suffers with the range. Yes, there's the Yuzhong who can actually dive into a hero, into the artillery mages like the Farsa and the Eve, but then again, we need to win the lane before the Yuzhong dives in, so the Kimi can make that thing quite difficult.
Shinru, I do have a feeling we may be able to see a E from Bob this time from,
Mm.
Hora Esports. I have a feeling because it might work very well, but at the same time, there are heroes that could target them. And these two teams are very, very well versed with each other as well. On top of that, they have been playing for years, so that, they know what is in and out of it. So it's going to be a bit tricky for the Eve to navigate as well. So let's see. IQSA 12 went in for Abaxia. Abaxia onto the roam, or is it going to be Abaxia onto the jungle? It's again a lot of flex we are just seeing from that side.
I think the Baxia jungle makes much more sense because you can actually go in, fight for the
Yeah.
objective, contest for the objective without getting punished quite easily if you are YSS. But then again, we cannot leave behind the possibilities that can also happen. The YSS jungle, the Baxia roam. But then again, you were talking about the
Okay.
plot leaving it open would have been a problem, and that's the thing. Hora Esports will not let go of such a good opportunity. And on top of that, they also have a Lilia that can tank quite a bit of damage because of those black shoes.
That's true. And on top of that, does have a bit of potential to stay back, come back onto the team fights if you pop the black shoes at the very right moment. But what will S2 will pick against a Claude if they manage to put
Aja?
a, YSS onto the goal lane?
Oh,
Oh, looks like they
no,
don't
no,
want to
no.
put. They don't want to put a YSS on the goal lane. I think this is a CC onto the goal lane, YSS Jungle, and a Room Bakshia.
But a personal feeling of mine. I feel just for Radium, he's more about setting those team fights a little bit
Yes.
at opening up the vision with those a little bit of annoying heroes or some of the type of gameplay which you would want to see wasting the resources of their opponents. The Baxia is not very apt at doing that. Yes, you do not get punished. You can open up the vision, but then again, your
Correct.
set potential is very limited. You just have a below 1 second stun with your first skill. That too, if you can jump and connect it. But apart from that, the CC is a good hero to have out there. But the crowd control abilities of the team in general is quite limited to how much skills can they connect with the Yu Zhong, of course. So we need to see how is that played out. But so far, the draft is pretty balanced, I would say, at the very least, in
That's
terms of
true.
damage.
Agreed. Both the sides they do have enough damage, and it scales mid to the late game. So both of them are gonna be on a bit of a same plane. The first few turtles is gonna go interesting, given the fact that it's gonna be a bit of a push and pull. They have to see which team gives the support, gives the area of control in the river area. So that's going to be a pretty interesting thing to see. But other than that, I feel like yes, it is going to be a Rome Bakshia, given the fact that there is an Alice and a Gatot Kacha. There's 70% chance that we are looking at a revitalized Kaja. So that works out very well. They don't want to invest a lot onto the anti heals rather than just pick up such something like a counter. I think that's the game plan right here. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you into the land of dawn. Here we go. It's gonna be the first match.
First match it is, ladies and gentlemen, and we see first game it is and second match. So let's see how it goes, because again, Peach, quite a bit is relying on this game because when you get the points you lose, then you lose a little bit of advantage into winning this game. But again, onto the mid lane, you can see quite a big bit of burst damage coming through because of the Lilia, and that is the advantage in the early game. When you play the Lilia, you have a lot of damage even before you reach that level 4. Yes, that level 4 secures you a little bit of more survivability, but your damage is already online right off at level 1. But again, a gold lane dragon. I was talking about the flex potential of this dragon. They're not putting up the CC onto the gold lane, but rather the dragon. Quite an interesting approach, isn't it?
Definitely, given the fact that he's already low, look at him. He's not able to, farm it up against a Claude. But on top of that, he might be losing his lane. He has to play it safe. He's trying to deal some damage, but the mobility of Gonigon is just enough. As of now, you also know that Lilia is just the early game hero. No matter what, her skills are just enough to deal that damage. But okay, look at that early EXP gank.
Early XP gank, but then again, you cannot burst the Alice until and unless the Lunox is level 4, right? You need a little bit of time, but then again, time is of utter essence. As you can see, Apex just getting bursted down, first blood onto iQOO right before the turtle even spawns here, Peachy.
Oh, that's not a good case. Look at that Hora Esports going in for the turtle as quickly as possible. It is Ico picks it up. He goes back. Wait a minute. The Garukacha looking quite low.
Oh no!
Into the team fights, Abhi will be busted down. That would be the horsey for you. The Leo mod, even without Phantom Speed, still making those damage.
Really good rotation coming out from Hora Esports, really clustering around each other, not giving too much of a chance for the burst damage to come through. And even, at a position where Apex was already down, you could not really have that frontline presence. They were trying to contest for the turtle, which is already a bad thing because you have a Alice to actually contest again. Even if you look at the replay, they were quite low, and because of the flicker already being used, and then the Alice went in with a good stun with the Throne of the Ruins, quite difficult to actually do much, and really good pickoffs coming right at the first turtle fight. Not only they got the gold, but they got the turtle. Now Alex in a tough point master up has to burn up. He's quite a low of HP, but still able to survive, which is a good thing because he had those kills on towards him. Not the kills, but the assist on towards him, which would have given a little bit of more gold because of the bounty towards iQOO as it will. But then again, Apex, like I mentioned, is quite limited to the things that he do. He can sustain the damage, but in terms of crowd control, Peachy, not about it.
Agreed. I mean, it's a Bakshia you're talking about. Bakshia has to be just there and, putting up the ultimate. But look at that. Once again, Abhi has to go back. He's looking quite low. He takes down. That will be Bob for you. But AOG, though, that comes on such a point that they are blocking the exit path.
Oh, too good. I would say the rotation from the Claude Gonigon being of the part of the team fight really made the number advantage too good. But then again, Gonigon does just have the flicker, but a lot of HP being taken away with the Sharp Residue, the Dragon with the Furious Dive, and the Petrify combo will bait out the flicker out of Gonigon. This can put him in trouble because if the next team fight is around the bot lane, which most likely will not happen because the turtle is going to spawn up top, could spell trouble. But then again, you can see the side of the Hora Esports will be the first to start of the turtle. iQOO is they're trying to respond to it.
Oh, let's see. Second turtle already coming out. Fattest deep into the hands of Apex will be bursted out once again. They're not going in for the turtle, but Radium jumps in with a Black Dragon. Mazarop will be chased down in the manner. Kindertoy is down and Mazarop as well. Now that is just too much damage from the hands of Radium. Because of him joining the team fight, they got the turtle as well.
Yes, they need as many people as they can for this objective fights, and especially a hero like the Dragon who was supposed to start the team fights. Very important to be there so that the YSs can take the advantage of it and start for the team fight. But again, at bot lane, I think Gonigon just got bursted down right now, and that's the goal laner round right after they take the turtle. And even if we talk about the turtle fight you mentioned, right, the Black Dragon being there made things so much easier. All it has to do was just tap the retribution on the turtle because half of the team members were low on HP. But this is quite a bit of trouble. But another team fight is just happening. Jay quite low but still able to survive for now. Kinderjoy cannot make it out alive. That is another man down for the side of Hora Esports. iQOO finally responding the team fights, and the score is quite tight up, 4-4.
That is true. They made sure to get the score equaled up with just one turtle. That is definitely an interesting fact. But okay, looks like in the middle lane they will be tied up a bit from the CC, but not for long though. Since they did not properly engage, like fully engage 100%. So as of now, these teams will have to get the farm, especially YSS. As you are the YSS, you have to get your farm up. You need to be way ahead of your enemy jungler. Look at that. Apex giving up a vision as quickly as possible. Team members are looking for a fight.
Yeah, looking for a fight. Apex will go in with a stun just to try to avoid giving that green camp to Yahiko. But, things like this, pressure like this can also make the life of YSS quite easy because you would want your jungler to not get targeted, to not be disrupted while he's farming so that the damage scaling can be done properly. And 3 out of the first 2 turtles have been... three out of the first 2 turtles have been... Wait, what am I saying? The first 2 turtles was gone to the east side, but then again, the third turtle is here. And then again, iQOO, they have a little bit of advantage. The gold lead, though, onto us neither of the team that much that it can create a very big disadvantage for either of the team. But again, you can see another turtle fight trying to just happen. Again, the Phantom Steed being used up. The Black Dragon is there going on unleashed and is going to just zone out the back line of Team Hora Esports. They're really doing well. While Jay has taken away the turtle, but then again, look at that. The Throne of the Row is connecting Radium. He will punish Masara, but then again, there comes the Blazing 280. iQOO picks up a killing spree onto the Dragon. They're able to punish despite losing the turtle fight.
1-4-1 score. I really love how they gave space for Jay to get the turtle as quickly as possible, despite members still hovering, trying to get into the river area. I think this is where they should be doing the same if they want to take the neutral objectives. Okay, but into the mid lane, I feel like Abhi has just jumped in with his dark form, but with the low mana, I don't think he's gonna go in for more. But Gonigon flickering out of the way. He is safe for now. Did not get into clutches of Jay.
Yeah, you can see the way that comp is playing for iQOO. They're trying to just play for the objective that they need the Vices to be farmed, and for that reason, they're fully diving. Especially Radium is not really afraid to just go in for the zoning. And for a hero like Yahiko, for a hero that Yahiko is playing on, it's very important that he too gets the scaling done. And it's not that it's gonna come up very soon. It's just need that. He just needs to buy enough time for him to get the items because they have a Claude which they also need to be, activated properly and keep it safe, which I think for now it has been a difficult task because the Garud Kacha cannot give so much of a feeling. It's pretty difficult for them to actually just try and give the equal amount of pressure because the Alice, there is a threat that is going to be the Lunox. But then again, you can see Gonigon might be in trouble. Not Gonigon, actually, it is Kinderjoy is in trouble. Got cut off from the rest of the team. Could not even use the AOG to try and get out of that situation. I think with this, they might just lose some turret, but bot lane, you can already see Yahiko trying to be sneaky enough, pushing the minion waves. But then again, up top, the tower will fall. And iQOO will they take another fight here, though?
Oh, I feel like they're gonna go in because Gonigon jumps in with a blazing duet. Look at him, he picks up Jay. They're trying to go in for Gonigon. He just gets caught up, but no. 50% of his HP, just proving himself that he can still go back, jump in. Apex, on the other hand, still trying to take so much damage from Bob as well as Gonigon. Phantom Street coming in. This is the cue for iQOO to jump back. Radium taking out so much damage. Mother up into the front lanes will be going down into the hands of Abhi though. And in the same manner, Gonigon is still there into the team fight. Radium looking quite low, he goes in, and that would be Yahiko for you, taking away that kill. What a game though. I mean, they have been chasing each other one by one.
Yeah, I mean, despite the ping issues, I feel, because Hora Esports, they definitely are suffering from the ping out here. Nothing much can be done, but then again, it's all come down to who wins the toss and who will have the server advantage. Hora Esports, they're not doing extremely bad. They're still trying to keep up, and keeping up is a very important part. And even if you take a replay at the team fight that just happened, you can already see Hora Esports, they're not really are trying to back off. Yes, Master Up got punished, but then again, good zoning, good team fight capability of Team Hora Esports to still try to keep it up. Yahiko still able to pick up those kills, meaning that the team is still relevant. But again, I think another fight or another poke damage is brewing out onto the map. The Lord is here, so that's quite necessary that they need to take another team fight to just go for the zoning, to go and try to take the advantage. But then again, mid lane Anti is trying to zone the members out. Radium still has the Black Dragon form, but the bot lane needs to be defended. Mid lane, bit of poke damage coming through of both the teams. But then again, Apex just picked up the Justice Pauldron, and Justice Pauldron will slow down those attack speed stats of the Cloud, so he needs to be careful. But then again, Phantom Seed being used up, and the team fight started off, but then again, they do not have too much of advantage. Abhi already low on HP, but then again, the Dauntless Fleet will connect. Kinderjoy gets taken down. Here comes the Black Dragon going in with a bit for combo with the Furious Tag, will take down two members. A shutdown onto his Anti. He will find a double. Yahiko taken down, and three, make it four members down of the team fight onto the side of Hora Esports. iQOO, they just need to take that Lord town, but they are not just done with that enough. Again, you can see Gonigon cannot find escape, stunned up, taken down. The second tier 2 might just get taken down, and Jay was too low to just take that Lord all by himself, has to back off, wait for his teammates to help him out. He's going for the region, but still enough advantage brought up. Hora Esports completely wipe out of the map of the team fight.
Oh my goodness. Hora Esports so far did have that advantage of a bit of a goal along with the kills, but that one, fight was just, table turner. Look at that. In this time around, iQOO were able to pick up that advantage. They were able to capitalize on what Hora Esports were just giving them away. And with that, the Lords marching in. That is very quickly coming in from iQOO. But at the same time now, Hora Esports has to go for a defense play. With the defense play, they will have to make sure that Apex doesn't jump in quite easily. And I think just because of this box here, the Alice is not able to sustain much into the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only like, making the regioning the HP harder, but also you have that stun, even if it's for a very short duration of time, but enough, I think, with the damage from the Lunox and even the YSs, it's not really too hard. For now, the Lord will get cleared out by Hora Esports. They're able to hold on to their inhibitors, which is another good sign for themselves, because they need more items onto the Cloud for him to melt them down and still, win those team fights, win those trades off, especially because Yahiko, he's able to chase down the backline. Master Up, if he can give a good set, things can just be different. But then again, the problem is how will they deal with the front line of iQOO, because again, they do not have that burst damage. Yes, Bob is there, but by the time with the type that is coming through, we have most likely seen that Bob has to burn up that black shoes just to regen his HP back. It's not really getting too much of a time to deal out the damage with those, with those balls, of course. But again, I think with the scaling that iQOO has already achieved is kind of difficult. for Hora Esports to just go off for those straight of 5v5 fights. They need to wait for a little bit of isolation or just try to create some separation, which not has really happened. But again, you can see Bob always being the first one to get engaged on Purify burned up just like that, PG.
That's true. Oh, look at them. They are trying to corner them up as quickly as possible, given the fact that it's just a minute left for the Lord to come in. With the Lord, they have to make decisions quickly on how they will be trying to contest it and how they will be trying to get the Lord for themselves. For Esports, so far, they have been winning those future objectives. But now it is into the hands of iQOO, SA2L. Look at them. They have been cornering it, especially Radium, who's jumping towards the back lanes, making sure that Yahiko is not entering the river area. That is pretty big when you're talking about, and putting up a Yuzhong onto the goal lane. I think that decision is really paying them off as of now.
Yeah, I mean, we would expect the Claude to be doing a little bit better, but the thing is, the Claude is not with the Purify. So if he gets stuck using his skills inside those team fight, it's going to be quite a big trouble because he cannot find a way out. And with the amount of burst that is available from iQOO as a tool, it's already risky enough to go in, right? And for Hora Esports, they cannot be losing out on those trades off. So far, not too much of success when it comes down to taking down those turrets. Only one have been taken down so far by Hora Esports. They need more map space to play around because iQOO S12, they've already taken down all the second tiers as well as the first tiers. Only the inhibitors are left behind. But again, the vision already taken out by using the Mountain Shocker. But how does Hora Esports play out this team fight? It's very important here, PG.
Be looking for a trouble. He goes out. He flickers out of the way, but Radium onto the back lanes. He goes in. Kinder Joy taking down so much damage. He's getting taunted down. There is a as well, but AOG unable to do anything. I'll be onto the another hand. That is unstoppable for it. Look at them. They are stopping. They want to go in for more. That would be a double kill into the hands of Bobby. He goes in for another dark mode. They are going after Mazarov. It is Anti who gets the kill. Yahiko all along with Gonigon all alone. There is a chase on Yahiko as of now, but I don't think the chase will be happening as just because they want to keep it out of his turret. There's minions popping in into the mid lane. They are not stopping. Gonigon out of the way. But will he be able to save the minions? The Lord, he is all alone onto the base. Kinderjoy, 5 seconds left to come in. What is it going to be?
It's going to be a game over because the Blazing Druid is too late onto his Gonigon, and that's the first game onto the side of Team iQOO as a tool. Quite a domineering win, and with this, they will be having that lead into the series here, Peachy. A really patient lineup, but a very aggressive gameplay out of them. Hora Esports, like I said, the ping could have been the issue, but still the healing was not really allowed by iQOO as it will into this game.
I mean, we were all skeptical about the Parkshia, but yep, the Parkshia worked out so well. It was just there so that the Katot Kata as well as the Alice, who are the main tankers, who are the main damage soakers, will not be able to sustain the team fights. If they are sustaining so much, they also know they will be not able to deal as much as damage to take them down. So that was the case that you were looking at. But what a game for them. They managed to keep Yahiko out of the base and just put all the pressure on Gonigon. That was just too much, and that was definitely brutal.
I mean, if you see the way iQOO was playing, that was Mark Bob first, because they were quite known that they knew the fact that they could not stop Yahiko that easily, so just go for the backline dive, right? Especially you saw Radium after he started joining those team fight, things became so easy for iQOO. In the first team fight, Radium not being there was quite difficult. To fight those situations because Apex was not there. But the moment Radiant started to join those team fights, so much frontline, so much damage, as well as so much presence of iQOO S12 was felt by Hora Esports as well. They could not really, try and contest because the zoning was done properly. And Apex, since he is very limited to the things that he can do, Radiant was required. But I think slowly, yes, Hora Esports could have the chance to fight those or trade off those team fight, but the thing was, Gonigon was not really online that easily, and even with Master Up getting those amazing sets, it did not really translate to a confirmed kill of Hora Esports. They were able to match up the kill scores, but in terms of the macro aspect of the game, they were really behind. They could only take down one turret of iQOO S12 on the top lane. Apart from that, they did not get any other turrets around the map. And I think iQOO S12, the reason they were more onto the winning side was due to the fact that they were able to take away the second tiers, which gave them so much access into the jungle of Hora Esports that exempted them into taking their own jungle creeps, finding farm, and even match that goal lead that iQOO had.
Agreed. Look at them. They were, chasing down a bit. And, during a bit of into the mid game, they realized if they taken down the front laner, such as Kinder Joy, like here that we are seeing, it got so easy to reach up towards the back lane. Look at that. Members are falling down one by one just because Kinder Joy is not there to give that amount of heal, that amount of revitalize to help them. So, yep, there you go. Looks like it is going to be Anti who picks up the MVP with a score of 507. And an EXP later getting an MVP, though, that is definitely very good.
I think the reason why Anti got the MVP was because he knew that the Yushong can frontline. All he had to do was clean it up, because there were
Yeah.
times where Jay could not really chase the member because Anti has a lot more mobility. He can chase the members down, and then I think Jay did his work. His work was not to secure the skills. His work was to just farm enough, be prevalent, and be available into taking those neutral objectives. And the way the team played, it was centering that we need to just get this vision and the damage given through, especially by Abhi here, because he was bursting down the Alice, and that was the major part why they could actually go in from being pushed back of Masarap being into the team fights, because with him not being there, the backline is quite safe. And the other factor that is Kinder Joy into this game, he was there, but the thing is, he had to burn up his revitalize, his AOG, not really into engaging quite a few times. He had to use it to escape of the team
Yes.
fights because they were not the first one to engage. IQOO, they were really forcing those team fights out of Hora Esports, which
Agreed.
made them quite difficult to actually just stay into this team fight as a whole five. And I feel for IQOO, they played a pretty good game, but the thing is, will the dominance continue in the second game? Because the server will be changed, and Hora Esports, they will be able to pick up heroes that are quite easy to use on low pings. Because in this game, they had to settle for heroes that does not have very high micro or
Yes.
mechanics revolve around it, right? They could not pull out the assassins, which Yahiko is really good at. And another hero which I've not seen out of Yahiko in this game was the Harley, which he has started using, and it became famous right after the M7, because we saw,
Yes.
I think, two of the teams from Europe using that thing, Europe and Turkey actually, to be using that hero. So I mean, we need to see what they can do. But then again, I think a lot could change while we go for game number two. But overall, I think IQOO, they knew their advantage and they played for it, pushing back Hora Sports into a tough spot.
Definitely. And we have, time by time, we have seen a lot of teams picking up counters as well. But this is also one of the few teams that really made sure that the counters were good enough to get a victory as well. In my opinion, whenever I see a counter, sometimes it feels like very forced enough that you see a strong opponent, a strong hero on your opponent, you are forced to pick something. So that did not feel like the case right here in this match. So, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the match. We will be going towards the second match. Now, IQSA12 on a match point. Now, will we be seeing a third match or not? And on top of that, Hora Esports, since they will be having a bit of a server advantage onto their hands, now are we going to see the assassins? That's the questions I'm waiting to see.
I mean, the assassins can come through. And one thing which you also mentioned in the first game was that was giving the Yu Xiong a bad trade for Hora Sports, because we already saw how much of an advantage it brought into the team fights right after the second turtle, right? Right during the second turtle, not even after that. Because in the first turtle, he was not there. The Yuzhong was not part of the team fight, and IQ SA12, they did not have too much of a front line to begin with after Apex got bursted down or shut down as the first blood, and they forced that turtle out. And Hora Sports, they knew that they had an advantage. They jumped in, even take down Asuna or Abhi here. So because of that, they had the lead, but then again, the lead was taken away by IQSA12 the moment Radium started joining those team fights. So maybe not give away the Yuzhong if they are not picking it as a first hero, because Leo mod, I think it was a good hero. It got them some really good early wins, but the Yuzhong was too hard to deal with here, for sure.
Agreed. Like he was sometimes onto the back lane, sometimes onto the front lane. So the knockups were annoying. And now that team Hora Esports have the server advantage, I am looking at the assassins getting bans, and I can see that why. I'm loving all the bans as of now that's going around. The Bakshia, the Fanny from the side of team IQSA2L, but onto the side of team Hora Esports, they have not gone in for any bans. That's surprising. Oh, wait. I think they have banned up the grok. It's
Yeah,
a
I
bug.
mean, I think it's just that the grok got flew down, maybe.
Oh,
But okay,
oh,
we'll just we're like, let's reset. But yeah, we'll see what it goes away. But again, I think the Yuzhong, does it deserve a ban or not? That might be again a criteria, because you're giving away the Yuzhong, you're giving away the YSS. That is already hard to deal with, because the Yuzhong can
yes.
provide the front line, the YS can deal a lot of damage. And like as we say, the band still quite the same. The Fanny band, the Grok taken away by Hora Esports, did not want Apex to be on a hero that can really put a lot of pressure. This time, IQS12, they will ban off the Bhaxia, which they played in the last game. So really a thing that they would consider not giving away to Hora Esports, because they did not use it in the jungle. They rather use it into the roam, meaning that this is a hero that they did not want to keep it open. At the same time, they are the one to ban the Yuzhong. Look at that.
Okay, looks like they don't want to open it up, but I feel like they just trying to gamble on something like a Sora that is coming in. Since Hora Esports did not go in for a ban, we are seeing a Freya, the Zushin. Zushin comes in as a mandatory ban, be it any match, unless you want to gamble, and the gamble really does not work on your side if you're onto the red side. But okay, once again, YS is being open, YSS will be capitalized, but at the same time, the Sora is open, the Lapu Lapu is open. I feel like even something like, oh, there you go, the assassins are here. And it's gonna be a
Yeah.
joy and a bit of an early game assassin. But with that addition of Uranus, what about the Esmeralda though? I did not see an Esmeralda getting targeted on.
Yeah, I don't think so. The Esmeralda is a hero that would want to prioritize. I mean, not the Esmeralda, but the Uranus, that is a hero that you would want to prioritize this early, because we saw in the last game, Alice was there for the side of Hora Esports. Yes, Matsura was not able to convert so much, but then again, is it a hero that you would want to give it away? At the same time, IQS12, they're smart enough. They're not giving away the Lunox at the same time, so it cannot be countered, right? And now, if they want to go for a tank killing hero, it has to be the carry. But then again, a lot of problems with the carry. You do not have the range, you do not have that early game scaling. You
True.
have to wait until the Trinity to be locked in, and you need to give a lot of peeling to this hero. You have to keep the goal in quite safe, which might be a little bit difficult if you are going with a hero like the Uranus, because not too much of a set potential. Yes, with the joy you can dive in onto the YSS, but you need more than that, and they get the Claude for themselves. A good hero, good scaling into the late game, of course, and can deal a very good HP based damage, because he too can wear or build the Trinity items onto his him. So can work, but then again, same thing, same theory to be repeated. Late game hero needs peeling, needs time to come online, and needs a little bit of help to play the game.
That is true. So let's see how they will be trying to proceed. As of now, we are back again towards the banning phase. Okay, okay. Looks like there is a bit of a bug. Don't worry. It is a ban. I think it's a CC getting banned. But other than that, yep, I feel yeah, it is much necessary as of now, given the fact that you could put a CC onto the EXP lane. Into the first match, IQSA2 will have established that even if you put a marksman onto your lane, even if you put marksman onto your goal lane, we are not much interested on picking up another marksman. We could be putting up an EXP laner. We could be that Yuzhong, could be a CC, could be anything. So with that, getting that kind of a bans is just much needed as of now. So let's see. As of now, we got the Angela ban as well. That is definitely interesting.
Yeah, they could be playing for those tanky, heroes, because Yes, if they take away the Esmeralda too, they have more sustain. But then again, they have the Lunos to burst it down. But they might have too many heroes to deal with. Now they cannot pick up the Esmeralda because there's a gold, like you mentioned. But for IQS, it will. I think if they go for double marksman, then that will be a lot of trouble. In the sense that they have to share the resources quite a bit, and that might just make the entire lineup to just come online quite late into the game. So for now, they should just prioritize on to getting this lineup come online because the Alice needs some items to be tanky enough, and the golden bands are quite important for Hora Esports. They do not wish for this cloud to have a harder time. And IQ as
Yes.
it will, they are just banning up the roam, but the Hilda will just slip through because you cannot ban more than 5 heroes, right?
Yeah.
And the Hilda makes the life of squishy targets or junglers quite hard, isn't it?
Agreed. And if they go in for an early invade, that's gonna be another problem that they are going to face. So let's see how they will be trying to pick up something tankiness onto their hands. But no, it's a no. Looks like they want to put a YSS onto the flex, and the team IQSA while picking up one of their signature picks is gonna be a chip. Long time no see, but at the same time, it's the same for Ammon as well. Long time no see. This kind of a hero I have not even seen in my rank games.
Man, oh man, I hate IQ Citadel for this reason. They might just pull up anything, not in a bad way, but this
Yes.
almond can be a gold lane or can be a jungle. So is the YSS. We don't know where the zeros are going
Oh,
because
crazy.
even it's pretty crazy to begin with, right? But I would say a really heavy magic dependent lineup for IQ Citadel, except for the YSS, of course. But I mean, I'm interested to see how they played out this draft, of course, because we don't know about the position of the gold and the jungler yet. But like you mentioned, the chip, we do not see it very often, but that's a hero that Apex really loved while it was in the meta and can
Yes.
provide a really good team fight abilities towards IQ Residual, which they quite need in this regard. But then again, a Farsa to counter that draft, I think the Farsa can be in trouble if it gets targeted, especially by the Alice who can instantly dive onto the backline. But what about the ways that they can deal with this Joy? Because this Joy, there's not much crowd control to stop. And if once entered, it will try to demolish the backline, isn't it?
That is true. And I think this is the reason why they picked up a hero that could camouflage himself. Like that little bit of an invisibility could help Ammon to not get, targeted right on. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn, here we go. Let's witness this match point of IQ SA2L who are trying to get the game. But will Hora Esports get them this game as well? So let's see what we have in hands.
What we have in our hand, because the mid duo will be really important to prioritize the rotation on towards both sides. The Farsa can really rotate fast with the wings by wings, but for the
Oh.
Lunox, it needs time to get that level 4. It is indeed a golden almond and a jungle YSS, so not too much of an advantage, but again, the rotation speed, which I was talking about, is already seen through around the map. The first lethal, though, will be secured by IQ as it will. They're trying to win the goal lane, which will be quite important because the Claude cannot do too much against Armin in the first phase of the game. Needs a little bit of time, but then again, the EXP lane will be a dead lane. Nobody's winning out there, isn't it?
That is true. That is true. And on top of that, they are just trying to make sure to get the rotation as quickly as possible. I really love how Kinder Joy is there in every single bushes. And I think it's a very good hero even against a Joy. Look at that. You could be into the bushes, getting your passive up while you wait for the chip. And that's the case that we are looking at. Now with that mid lane, look at that. I think we might be able to TR first blood, but no, Abhi in a safe position.
In a safe position, but he had to burn the flicker out. So that means that he has to play a little bit of passiveness, because if he does not play passively, he can get punished onto the next team fight. But again, onto the top lane, they have the position of their opponents. They do not wish for them to, just get that jungle creep before the turtle, because they need that advantage. But again, onto the mid lane, you can see Kinder Joy just taken a little bit low here, has to burn up that flicker as well. So 2 flickers down for one for each team. But again, Turtle, now I think IQS will have an easier time taking it out, because for this Joy, can he just dive in? He gets stunned up, still able to get in to one of the ruins used, but look at Jay, he gets first blooded. There comes the down nukes from the far side, but still Ayahiko, he punished both the junglers are taken down, but who's going to get the turtle is a question because Master Up, he's able to get it with the consecration, but then again, iQOO, they're still trying to fight it. Kinderjoy's Tug does not have a way out, and Abhi will burst him down. That's a kill traded off towards iQOO. Still a fight without the junglers here, PG.
That is true. Look at them now going on those, sweeping up all the gold shield from the gold turret. Now that is going to be a lot of gold for them. Though you're giving that much gold to a marksman, he's gonna get his items faster. So let's see how if Radium is able to burst him down very quickly or not. But yep, here is the instant replay. How Yahiko got slain just before the turtle. That was so very important because he got slain once again. There goes Kinderjoy as well. That is just no match as of now, given the fact that they are trying to rotate. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Looks like there is Apex as well as Bob, who's looking quite low, taking refuge in their own turrets. But, it's just the EXP just meeting each other.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite close for Bob to be, getting taken down. But then again, the shortcut. That is one skill pretty difficult to counter, but then again, gold lane, you can see already Radium not letting Gonigon to take those minions for free, always poking him down. But then again, the rotation from the roamers will be very important because that might just disrupt this balance that is there onto the gold lane. The turtle not yet there, but both the teams, they would want to eye for it. A little bit of gold required to break the momentum or break the standstill that is there. The EXP lane, like I mentioned, a dead lane until a rotation is happening. But then again, the brilliance popped off by Abhi just to try and survive the dive coming out from Yahiko, able to bait out some skills, but the turtle still a few seconds away. And how would these two teams like to approach it here is a very big question.
Agreed. Look at them now. They'll have to make sure to get a strategy on, given the fact that Ferrer strikes so much damage. Apex looking quite low.
Apex
along with it. Yeah, but he makes sure to get the Chip's ultimate on just because he knows that his teammates could be coming in a clutch because Jay did come in for a clutch. Kinderjoy will be taken out and double kill. Etras goes in for more, but Abhi will be making sure to get on his hands. Now that Mazarap is getting zoned out as well, this is another green signal for iQOO to take the turtle onto their hands.
3 members down. Clear advantage for iQOO to take the turtle, but then again up top you can see the Uranus being engaged on, but has the healing, so he should not be too much of a trouble. Joseph or Jacoseph or Jay in this regard want to help his EXP take down a turret, but the rotation from Kinderjoy will just make that work harder. So far, despite the game spanning around for over 5 minutes, no turrets has been taken down. The holy plating, the gold plating has been taken down. So now I think the teams would like to push those advantage through the turrets, through the structures, through the macro advantage for each other. But then again, you can see a rotation. Apex wants to go in for that flicker shortcut, and there comes the entire troop. Look at Yahiko, he gets busted down by Jay. But again, they're not done yet. Jay takes up one more kill, but Gonicon will be able to punish Apex. Was low, but then again, here comes Anti. But Radium still picks up a kill, but Jay will find a triple kill off the ring fight. And now the side of iQOO will take down the tier 1 onto the mid lane and might be able to push some more turrets onto the sides because there are not enough members to defend them.
Oh my goodness, they have been just opening up the map as of now. And with that, I feel like Gonigon, he is getting targeted quite a lot. He is playing it a bit of safe, given the fact that he knows that he has to play safe. He has to make sure to get his farm up. Looking at the itemization as well. Okay, DHS already made up. He's going towards the corrosion site as well. Much needed. And with the lack of gold onto the whole team, it is affecting Gonigon as well. So let's see how they will be trying to farm up very quickly. As of now, Yahiko did understand that if he goes in for those team fights, like as in a head-on with the Rhythm of Joy, he's not getting anything. He's just trying to lower them down, and in turn, they all escape. So his plan has to be, he has to come up as a last member to pick up those crumbs. But that's not happening because his team members are not having that enough damage. They do have enough, flank potential. They do have enough potential to keep them away. Look at that, Kinderjoy giving up a bit of a vision, but Mountain Shaker just gives it all up.
Yeah, I mean, I think even with the vision provided by the Hilda, there's nothing much or no way for them to actually go in with that. The last tier one will be taken down by the side of Team iQOO, and this will open up the map much more. You can see another fight brewing around the purple buff, but they're just being careful enough. They do not wish to just, go in all in. But again, the purple buff, it seems like it has been taken away from iQOO. He does not have it on him. That means that is clearly taken away by iQOO. But the problem is in this regard, I personally feel going for the DHS as your first item onto a Claude can really make things harder for you to scale harder. You need those attack speed onto you, and now the golden staff is just built up. So this might just make the damage scaling a little bit easier, because in terms of gold, Hora Esports are not able to get too much of a lead. And because of losing those turtles, it's already hard enough for them. And they're not only losing the turtle, they're also leaving away themselves completely open, which is making those deaths quite important, because the gold, very, very crucial if you want to play a hero like the Joy, like the Farsa. You need those items to be there for you to come online, for you to give the damage. Without them, you have to be pushed back because of the chip who can make the shortcut just used very aggressively in this regard. We saw the flicker shortcuts being used onto the purple buff just for them to go for those plays where Team Hora Esports are not comfortable to take those fights. And without that, high crowd control abilities, it's not easy to stop iQOO at any point if they come in as a fight. But again, gold lane, you can see already 2v1. Gon still trying to survive, uses the flicker, but here comes Joy. Not the Joy, but the chip with the shortcut, and down goes Gon. Engage clearly giving advantage to iQOO, but they're not done yet. Look at Anti, he takes on Kindle Joy, but oh no, Radium as well as Abby. They dive full on towards Hora Esports, takes 4 members down. The only one left is going to be Masara, but he will not be able to stop whatever iQOO are here to do.
Agreed. Look at them. That team fight just meant seen. I think the team Hora Esports are not ready for the chip. I mean, they themselves have not seen in a very long time as well. But look at the replay. A perfect team fight coming in from the side of team iQOO. Well, they knew, Apex knew that his teammates are low, so the other teammates who are not, he capitalized them with the shortcut very, very well. And almost that is also another wipeout. Uranus, as usual, you take him down, you don't take him down, doesn't matter. And with that, the maps is getting opened up. Apex is all alone once again. He does have the shortcut, so they are waiting for that window of opportunity. Now that they are waiting it up, let's see what we will be seeing. Okay, Kinderjoy does get a bit of a stun as well as a bit of a damage. He has to definitely go back. There's no bush left. Mazar up. On to the other hand, so much damage. He won't be stopping though, along with Anti. Look at them. They're waiting. There you go. They are trying to tease.
They're trying to tease. It's like a very important point, but I think they're trying to take away the holy defenses as well while the Lord is marching from the bot lane. But look at Anti, he's getting engaged on, but then again the stun connects on towards Masarap. He can get punished if he's not careful enough, because there's a Lunox that's waiting there to burst anyone that comes his way. But the Lord still not there yet. The second tier onto the mid lane might just fall, while Hora Esports are still trying to work with what iQOO are throwing at them onto the top lane. But still, I think this Lord should get defended here, PG, because the holy defense or the holy shield here can be working in favor of Hora Esports.
That is true. That is true. And as this is just the first lot, the defense can be a bit easy given the fact that you take it down very easily. And Hora Esports, yes, they do have the lane clearance on their hands. But what about the minions that just following up? Okay, looks like a Federation Strike will be there, just enough to clear it out so that this inhibitor won't be harmed. And if the inhibitors are harmed, taken down, it's gonna be quite a lot of problem, because lane pressure will be quite high, and will be able to do that. But okay, Radium picks away Kinderjoy, and I think they are trying to go in for the mid lane as quickly as possible. Looks like Radium will be taking a bit of a damage from the Farsa as well, but the minions, the pressure, this is what I was talking about, it's just not stopping. Okay, shortcut coming in. Looks like Gonigon will be targeted by Abhi as well, but they are trying away as quickly as possible. Mazarap still into the team fight, so much sustain. He is just not dying, he's just not getting taken down as well. That is definitely crazy as a Uranus.
Definitely do. That's something you wish to do, but the way Apex has been targeting Gonigon from the later phases of the game is very important to see, because Gonigon now has the Trinity build. He can be the one to give the damage with the Blazing Duet. They have a Parsa to, nuke the members from far away with the Feather Airstrike, of course. So Gonigon can be the one to clear up those team fights alongside iQOO. And if Team iQOO are not the first one to pull the trigger, they can be very well will be punished. But then again, how can they burst the front line? Because, for Gonigon, he needs to dive at the back line. Otherwise, the damage is going to be thrown at them as well. So the first to engage can be very important into this team fight. But again, Master Up trying to be the front line. The stun connects. Bob is already low. But look at that radio with the flicker goes in. Takes down Master Up. And there's the strat. But again, a good flank coming out from iQOO. Kinderjoy. Down he goes. Master Up. One more hit away. But IMP. He does the work and he does it more with that double kill. 4 members down. Gonigon all by himself. Does have the Blazing Duet, but no flicker on towards him. The Lord is up. iQOO, what do they do here? They can push with the minions, but look at Gonigon. He does not wish to stay there because the shortcut has been used by Chip, and now Radium just picked up the Holy Crystal. The damage will already go in just to 1 minion. Can they clear it? Bob is back up, but he cannot get the position to clear. We used the Feather Airstrike. He gets taken down before he can do anything. Radium still at it. Bobby will burst down Kinderjoy, and the down goes Gonigon. 2 members will be back up. But will this be a game over here, Peachy?
Oh, there's a very less chance, given the fact that they are overextending as of now. But with that, okay, another shortcut coming up, just giving them a bit of a time so that the minions can go in. Mid lane also looks quite tight. The top lane is no less. Jay looking quite low. iQOO will be deleted. That's right. He got the damage along with Abhi. They are not stopping now. That 1 cannon minion jumps into the crystal. It is Mazarov against the whole iQOO. Look at him. He just managed to take up so much damage from Radium, but Strike at the very right moment. They will be deleted. That's legendary for Radium. He's not stopping. He's trying to still deal so much damage. But yep, with that overextension, iQOO will not be ending the game.
They will not be ending the game, but that's a good defense coming out from Hora Esports. iQOO, they really overstayed their welcome in the base of Hora Esports. They did not go for the Lord, and now that Jay is down, it's going to be very difficult. But another shortcut being used, but did not have the members to be fighting for it. Abhi is already low. Jay is not there in the team fight. Radium might be still there, but he gets stunned up. Oh, here comes iQOO with the Feather Airstrike. Will be able to take down Radium. 2 members down. There is no advantage, and you can see already Hora Esports prioritizing the Lord, but here iQOO, he gets the retribution, but here comes Anti with the Winter Crown, but he too will get bursted down. Gonigon being already online will get the shutdown now. Apex able to recall, and so is Abhi. But the damage has been done here, Peachy.
Definitely. Look at them. Look at them. With the gold lead that they had, iQOO, I think it's just diminishing as of now. But okay, Kinderjoy goes in a bit for Jay. He has to go out. There's just so much damage from the Farsa as of now. They have to make sure that the Lord enters the inhibitor. The Lord takes down the inhibitors so that they get a good amount. But no, Bob will be deleted. That's a shortcut for your Apex surprise. Gone onto the back lines. Frozen used up. That would be the Winter Crown. But he knows that he cannot go in front of the Radium. Look at that. So much damage coming up from Abhi as well. They are just not stopping. Look at them. He go on a chase as of now. Mazar up as well. The minions gonna come in. They just let Abhi take the Lord, but what about the base? Are they gonna end it? Okay, wait a minute. Another Winter Crown. They are very low, but no, Yahiko. He tried to clear this lane. The base is looking quite open. It's going low. And yup, iQOO takes it in a clean sweep.
Oh no, this is too bad. Because for the side of Team Hora Esports, they tried their best. They tried all, but it was at the end that the side of, iQOO, that they brought that advantage down. That Lord fight, it was clear that they got that Lord for themselves, but extending into the team fight was a really bad decision for Hora Esports because of the shortcut provided by the ship.
Definitely. That was just like a lot going on, and Gone being targeted time by time. Be it the game number 1, be it game number He's been not stopping. He's been not, getting a rest as well. So that is definitely crazy. This Luxy was okay, very good as well, given the fact that it was Mazarov who did it. But at the same time, IQ, SA12 were making sure to win every single team fight. Look at that shortcut on shortcut, and Radium surprising as well. That was definitely a lot to take.
I mean, in that last team fight, the way Radium got in from the back end, waiting for Guanigon's blazing duet plus the Winter Crown combo to be over, chef's kiss, man. Like, he waited for the right opportunity to be just, going for that. But I think for IQ as well, this shortcut from the chip was really important for them to be this aggressive, not only onto this team fight, but even inside the jungle. And in this team fight, it started off very good. Jay got 3 kills, triple kill out there, which really made the scaling to be done very easily. And the target for Apex in this game, at least in the later half, was just Gone. He did not want that Claude to be just free hitting and always to be the first to starting up that. And even with that unorthodox goal lane pick being the Aemon, I think it quite worked well by the way Radium played that hero. Not because it is a very overpowered hero, but that camouflage, you never know where the Aemon will be
Yeah.
coming from, right?
That's true. I think here Gonigon did not expect that, and few other members as well, along with Bob, who was the Farsa. The conceal plus the shortcut was just too much at the end, and that almost members going down one by one. It was just like a nail to coffin for Hora Esports. Look at them; they were able to get into the river area, trying to take the Lord as well, taking down the Lord Yahiko. Very good retribution coming in, but they also got the team fight right here, so I think they should have pushed in a bit, but they were very behind on structures.
Absolutely. I think both the games, we saw one thing to be just repeated, that the side of team IQ is well, they're
Oh,
really good at taking away those structures, but this time another side laner getting the MVP, but it's not Radium anymore. It's just Anti. Both the games getting the MVP.
yes.
Man, he's like, let me. You said back, the MVPs are mine, isn't it?
Definitely. Twice in a row in a clean sweep game. Crazy. And on top of that, EXP laner, I'm going to say it once again because I don't think I have seen EXP laners or even tankers getting much MVP a lot. So, yep, there you go. This will be the match results that we will be looking at so far. It is looking quite good given the fact that Abid positioned himself so well that no deaths were recorded on his name.
Mm, I think Obby is the. I mean, with the Lunox, you have a way to defend yourself to be actually safe in a lot of the situation because of the brilliance. But the rest of the member, they had to go into this team fight quite close, up close, and because of the Cloud, because of the Farsa too, they can get easily bursted down. But again, a very good game played by Obby. He did his work. He was there to melt the members down. It was difficult to melt the Uranus up front, but I think Kinder Joy onto the hill that he got punished quite a few times. 10 deaths are not less. It's a lot of gold to be given, and at the same time, with Kinder Joy being taken down, the problem was the frontliners not being there to protect both Gonigon as well as Bob in this regard. And this overall kind of put them at a pressure point because we saw there were a lot of times where Bob was trying to use the feather airstrike, but he could not because he was getting directly dived on. And with the hilt against the chip, you cannot stop him. You cannot stop the
Yes.
shortcut. You cannot even set up the team. If you had a hero, let's take for example Tigran, you can go for a 5-man set. If you had a hero like the Carmilla, which is considered a counter towards the chip,
Yeah.
you can actually provide a lot of assistance towards this team fight. But the problem was the chip was picked at the very end. It was already too late to actually try and switch up the things. So a very well played draft coming out from the side of Team IQ as well. And they got it 2-0, so a clean sweep as well. So they knew what they had to do and they did it.
That's true. What a game from IQS12 and also Hora Esports as well. And it's just not the end for them because we still
Yeah.
have 2 more days, excluding today. So they still have more teams to battle it out to score the points. So would love to see how they will be trying to get back to the leaderboard. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, this was the match series number 2. But we have one more series to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Oh, okay, okay. Go ahead.
No, 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 no. It's all fine. We'll be back after a break, so do stay tuned and we'll see you on the other side.
I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the India-Nepal Showdown. This is the first day of the India-Nepal Showdown. The first two matches already took place. Fantastic matches overall. This is me, your boy Fredo, alongside me Sasuke, and we're here for a last match, the final match of the night, which is going to be between Team TDP from Nepal and Sleep Tight Lineup STL from India. And I just heard it, Sasuke. You can say the full form of NPP.
Well, that's that, but hey, it's going to be TDP alongside Sleep Tight Lineup. STLU, I believe, is the acronyms for the Sleep Tight Lineup, and I like the fact I was trying to process like TDP. What could be the full form of this team, and trust the process. How beautiful the team name is, and like I think we might be trusting the process or the I'm quite amazed because we might be seeing something unexpected or something out of the box coming from this team because as you can see, like trust the process, we are about to build a different, a unique kind of a draft, which will be a new pitch on this stage.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what kind of draft, what kind of meta goes into the top teams of Nepal because I've not really casted for a lot of Nepali teams. So yeah, it'll be interesting for me as well to find out the kind of meta that goes in Nepal. And we can see the first ban is of course a very obvious one, which is the Grok. The Grok, of course, as a hero, it is able to open up the map so much for his own teammates. At the same time, a lot of sustain, a lot of tankiness, and of course, if you talk about the ultimate, the setup potential is also there. Can disrupt, such enemy might imagine imagine that you can have a good dive, but if the enemy team has a Grok, it's really really not comfortable for you to go in blindly because that tech charge can literally knock up every single one of your teammate if you group up together. So yeah, that's why the Grok and oh man, this Nepal teams, they're banning out all the S tier heroes that are available.
Mhm. Well, agreeable because this could be the situation like the first game is into the Mumbai server, so like they're going with the process of elimination, which is the best use for the Indian teams. Croc, as you mentioned, a good setup potential for engage and disengage, and also for re-engage if they want to counter back something. And also, eSunshine, since it's going to be server oriented for the Indian teams, they will be probably going over the banning section for eSunshine. If they're going for the ban, this opens up the scale for them to pick up the utility hero. But the first pick is in the hands of TDP. With the YSS, I think the Guinevere is up for the grabs, if not the Kalia. And for the side of Sleep Tight lineup, there is a Zushin, which is a priority ban, and we know why. Alongside Hilda is there for the consideration.
Well, if you talk about a Hilda being banned, it is again due to the map pressure that a Hilda can put. At the same time, the damage is just not, it's so much for an enemy jungler to deal with, and that's probably the reason why we're seeing Sleep Tight ban out this Hilda and Johan being an assassin jungler as well. He does play the utility as well, but his assassins are just much better than that of his utility. At the same time, it's on Mumbai server. It's a server that is in his favor because even in the Indian tournaments, he is definitely a person that likes to play on Mumbai server. So yeah, that's why Johan here could be potentially going for an assassin pick, I think. But let's see, time will tell its tale. But for now, two fighters which are so dominating in the XP lane. The ones who can carry the entire game by themselves have been banned out here. Sora and Yuzong have been respected by both sides.
Mhm. Oh, this leaves the
Oh,
opportunity for TDP to grab out the Freya. Now, on the counter, as a response, I think Phobius would be a great respect alongside Kalia if they want to go with the Kilba with the setup kind of a composition. If not, they can always prioritize the Lunox into the mid lane. If not, the Farsha is always there for the grabs.
definitely. The Farsa is always a hero that is up for grabs, and I will not be surprised at all if Sleep Tide wants to pick that up because the range is there and the mobility is there. But yo, talking about the Rome section, the Kalea is a prio pick for anybody who wants to go for those pick-off comps. And of course, when you're having a Farsa on your side, the Kalea just complements because you have that pick-off and burst combo, which allows you to like kind of snowball if you are able to get the mid control and the river control. But instead of that, Sleep Tide have went for the Uranus here, and that is probably to match up and match up with the regen as compared to the damage that Freya might dish out, or is it some other plan? Because I've not really been surprised because we've even seen a Uranus jungle in the M series, right? This time.
We did, but Uranus being prioritized this much early kind of makes me think like why they would do that because Guinevere was also for the grabs, works great in the jungle. They can work it out as well with the Kalia, just tsunami slam someone and then you have the special migration overs to the back line who are trying to protect the person who's been tsunami slammed with the back line and that gives a good kind of a composition for them. But counter response, TDP will be locking down the Kimi alongside the Leo mode, a good counter pick. But the goal lane, the sleep tight lineup will be locking down is the carry. A Freya against a carry, a good decisions and a good marksman into the goal lane. Perhaps into the late game, we might be seeing something, but they need some early burst potential to pair it out with the Kalia they have picked as their Roma.
Definitely, and that's why they could have, prioritized going for the. Wait, is this a ban or a pick? For anyways,
It's a ban. It's a ban.
I would really like to see the Farsa show up, but instead of that, we're actually seeing this. We're actually not seeing the Farsa, but instead we saw the Carry just now. Well, Carry is a pretty good pick, I would say, but in this comp where you're having the Leomord and Freya come right at your face and nobody to protect you because they are not having the crowd control to counter those dives which are going to be coming in at your face. You don't have a Ruby, you don't have a Belric, you don't have a Vexana, all those kind of heroes that kind of stop the enemy from diving right at your face with their crowd control
Mhm.
or something like that. You don't really have that kind of protection when you're playing with the Kalea, Uranus, and Esmeralda as your front line. So it's going to be very hard for this carry because when they come diving at you, you're forced to use your flicker. Maybe you can even use your ultimate, but even then, the amount of movement speed and range that you bring on the table with a Leomord and a Freya, I think this carry is going to have a really hard time to pull off this game.
Well, that's there. But given the fact that all the statements you have given so far, Sleep Tight lineup could go with the Fredrin as the jungler because it provides or it just blocks all the engage coming in from
Yes.
TDP and would provide the essential setup which carry needs and also the front line which he needs. But the question is Johan going to be will be pick it up? Because it's a good in terms of hero and it also works really well given the fact that they have the Leo mode, they have the Freya, and also to catch down the Kimi, they could just go with the Tsunami Slam if Kimi is not running over to the Purifier.
Yeah, surely. Surely the Fredrin could complement this draft from the side of Sleeptide. At the same time now, talking about TDP, okay, the burst damage is definitely there. Maybe not the range, but in case if the enemy tries to go for high HP heroes, they have, locked in all the right weapons to shred them down. They have the Lunox, they have the carry. And yeah, if you want to make this draft solid, just go for a Fredrin. That's all that's required right now. And taking a look at the other side, like I was saying, TDP. Oh, there you go. You have to melt down the two frontliners, and you do have two melters on your side. So right now, all you need, like you said, Sasuke before, is just a Fredrin so that you can stop the enemy from diving at your face.
Okay, I agree that Fredrin would work great, but given the fact that Kimi has this much kind of a crowd control, you know, he would still be needing some assist from Kalia because there's an implosion from the Tigran, and also Alice will be jumping down to the back line, and also the Freya alongside Leomord. Basically, 4 out of the 5 heroes are jumping towards the back line. If not Fredrin, what else could be up for the grabs? If they're
I
trying to
think
push
they're going
with
to
the
be
Uranus onto the
high.
jungle, okay, it's going to be a Lucas.
Oh my God. I
Oh,
wish an
yeah.
Akai would have showed up because the Akai can literally help your team disengage, because when you look at the
Mhm.
side of TDP, they have such heavy ultimates. They're going to come at your face. They're going to literally, dive right in and you won't be able to stop them with all these picks that you have on your side. So, even if you use an Akai, all that dive is going to get nullified because you are going to help your team disengage with your heavy spin. But we are not going to see any of that because we're going to see a Lucas going into the hands of Johan, or if we are lucky enough, we might be witnessing a Uranus jungle.
Well, yes, jungle is quite possible, but how valid is Lucas onto the EXP lane? That too against an Alice. So if you want to keep up the EXP lane as a stalemate, I think that we will be seeing Lucas into the jungle because EXP lane Uranus against an against an Alice, it's a stalemate already, and they need to focus on to the goal lane and also prioritize the power spike into the mid lane and also gain the control of the mid lane. So Leo mode against a Lucas. Now, Leo mode does need the snowball to gain the upper hand, but Lucas has the raw power and is able to, give out the potential about the crowd control and also provide the insane damage. But he also needs the snowball, and for the front line, Uranus needs to provide all the essential vision because that is the whole point of picking Uranus over here.
Yep. Let's see, let's see. Here we are in the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. This is the third match of the night in the India-Nepal Showdown, hosted by ESFI and NESA. And, this just goes to show that if there is coordination, if there is determination to try and, have a partnership, then it might work out. Because take a look at this. Two neighboring countries, both of them having the same passion for esports. And yep, the national orgs here, defining and, representing, going ahead and conducting this collaborative tournament here for both countries. And yeah, the teams which won the respective national tournaments, the one who placed first, second, third, were both invited to join this tournament. Unfortunately, of course, Team Godlike could not be here because they did not participate in the national grind, which was held a few months back, if you remember, Sasuke. And that's the reason why they're not here. A lot of people were surprised, when it was announced as to which teams are playing in this, and they saw that there was no Godlike.
Well, that's that. But again, looking at the control, TDB prioritizing the EXP lane, looking at the rotation, and also the nothing much happening. Both the teams are playing it passive, mid control, nothing over there, just trying to farm. Roma is trying to provide the vision and also the XP lane where the constant fight is happening, nothing out of the box, trying to poke each other and also trying to clear it out. But things will change in the next 10 seconds as the first turtle will spawn up, and look at that. The crab.
This is a very heavy price that the Alice has to pay. She will be the first blood for the enemies, and it seems like they're going to go in for this. Oh my god, they're going for the Lucas, and the Lucas will fall as well. And here it comes, the backup coming through from the mid lane. Tigreal gets that Sacred Hammer. The Thalia will fall too, and with that, the score sits right now at 2-4-1. Actually, sorry, my bad. 2-4-2, and that's really good start here. But the sides are being so aggressive. Okay, take a look at this. B to the I, fine, of course, here, falling down for absolutely no reason.
That's true, but hey, not Johan, but Venom TZ will be trading off with the blue buff, stealing away from Kai. So that is a blue buff away from it, but onto the top side, Carry against Freya. Carry is having a pretty good time, and a 2-for-3 trade right into the hands of TDP was looking good. With that first turtle and the objectives into their hands, the goal lead is into their hands with a 400. Not that much, but they'll be looking forward for it and also trying to apply the constant pressure. And we can look at the instant replay, like what actually happened.
Yeah, exactly. Venom TZ kind of underestimated, how much tanky a Gleomort could be. But right now he has that ultimate form. Is he going to use that Beast Plus? Probably he already did. And yeah, with that, nobody goes down there. Maybe the Kimi could fall. Johan catching Kimi off guard, making a rotation towards the mid lane. Picks up a lot of gold, picks up a kill as well. That's a great start here for the gold laner from the sort of Sleep Tide.
Now they're looking forward for the Freya. Tsunami Slam would be a possible outcome, but Skull did not have the Tsunami Slam though. But the dash was there and probably was the way to bait out the Purify away from Freya. But just again an implosion.
Oh my god, that's an implosion and flicker wasted there for a roamer. I say there was a very, very big moment there. I mean, if he could have caught that, it would have still provided some value. But the fact that he had to waste an entire ultimate and the flicker on top of that for a roamer which did not even die there, those are very heavy resources burned. But anyways, talking about the turtle setup, seems like the second turtle of the game is queuing up, and both the sides not really making any moves for that one. Okay, Kimi with the Sky Piercer. Okay, that's an interesting choice. Probably you will like your own team to have a snowball, but okay, there it comes. Tsunami Slam onto Heisei. He's very low, but there could be the implosion, but he does not have it. He has already used it on the enemy roamer. Take a look at the Phantom Steel. Drags down two people from outside the turret and gets down. Skull as well will be falling from the backline. Take a look at the Alice. Picks up one more, and with that, they wipe out the entire team except the goal laner. And even the goal laner is so low right now. And take a look at that. The Alice could be diving in every single time, and this could be an official wipeout. But oh my goodness, they are going all in. They do not seem to care about the towers. All they want right now is blood, and TDP is really having the best game.
Trust the process, they say, as they take down the two tier 1 towers, one in the mid and one in the top. Instant replay, a beautiful engage coming in from TDP and counter engaging them. The burst from Kimi alongside the Leo mode was present, and Sleep Tight could not sustain it. That gave a big control for the side of TDP, giving them again a momentum. But again, Tsunami Slam.
Man, that was a 3v1 situation. Simba did try his best, even used up the Throne of the Ruins, but did not really, survive there. But guess what? Oh my god, top side. Even the Leomord was able to get someone down there. Uranus will fall. And with that, the bottom side, maybe Carry could crack another tower open here. But the mid lane is down already for the side of Sleep Tight lineup. The jungle is exposed. They have to be careful moving around the map. They have to make sure that their buffs do not really get invaded. Yep. With that, let's see. On the other side of the map, you can see that Kai is getting farmed up. But Lord is already a level ahead. Okay, make it 2 now. He's 2 levels ahead of Venom TZ. Venom TZ, of course, his jungle being exposed makes it more vulnerable for him to get farmed right now.
That's true, but hey, they are going for the trade-offs. Like, hey, you get one pick of our teammates in the bot side, we'll do the same. They get Uranus onto the top side, and not one, 3 members were present to take him out. And the next turtle will be spawning in 35 seconds. And look at that. Venom TZ trying to go for the play, but again, Alice going and walking to be the target, perhaps trying to provide the vision.
Let's see. They have already invaded it, and they will get it. Oh, they do not. But okay, into the mid lane. Some damage on, coming in from the Kimi here. As you can see, the Kimi is providing a lot of damage. He already has 20 stacks onto that Sky Piercer. He's trying to get more of it. And okay, Venom TZ trying to push that Freya inside the tower. Freya able to dash away. Nothing out of the ordinary, that you expect from the top level teams of both countries, right? But okay, so now is coming through, and that could be the pick-off that they were looking for. They get their tide rail down, but they are looking for more. They have a number advantage, and they get the turtle.
Without the retribution, it was not looking possible. Sleep Tight lineup. Do manage to cover it all with a pick-off, and the turtle into their hands. The blue buff invasion was just the process of TDP to wait out the retribution, and Venom TZ did manage to use the retribution to acquire the blue buff, but it all went down as they managed to pick off, and again Uranus trying to provide the essential vision. The 3k goal lead, which was in the hands of TDP, is now looking equalized with just 1k between them.
This 1k goal lead is the one differentiating right now, and with that into the mid lane here, take a look at the Uranus. Very tanky, but will he be able to survive this? The Leomord going in with everything that he has. The Leomord does not make it. The Uranus does not fall down there. But now they're going to go on and try to invade this purple buff here. The Kalia trying to buy enough time, getting that buff inside the bush. The Alice going in as well. And there comes the Traction Pulse, pulling in 2 members with the Implosion and the Throne of the Ruins. That is a nice connection from the Kimi. TDP are soaring through into the enemy jungle, and they are finding every member that they can. Venom TZ here, desperate effort. He's trying to make a play here, but will he be able to do that? Because it does not seem to be the case. Ciaron just keeps getting those Sky Piercer stacks for free because Sleep Tight lineup is offering them on a plate.
That is true. 0-4-3 with the tier 2 into the mid edge, right into their hands. Carry not able to dish out the damage in spite of having the Trinity into their hands. Like, this just show like how brutality the Kimi is dishing out the damage with the Sky Piercer, and now with the concentrated energy looking forward for that Holy Crystal. Just a scrap of gold here and there, and that is the Holy Crystal into their hands. And Uranus is the only one to make the Radiant Armor, the solid magic defense armor, to stand down the insane damage which has been poured down by Kimi. The first Lord is already here. TDP looking for the possible engage, that is the Phantom Steed. Okay, not the Phantom Steed, but hey.
Oh my god.
Oh
my god, did you just see what happened there? The way they keep getting caught like that, it's really bad. They cannot even send their roamer up top, to go in front and check the bush anymore. I mean, they do have the Uranus, but even the Uranus has a high chance of getting melted because the Kimi right now is so farmed that even a radiant armor of the Uranus is able to pierce through just because of pure damage, not even the penetration item. Because I feel like the Kimi is still not having enough gold to go for the divine glaive yet. Maybe it's still building enough damage. But for now, take a look at this. See, it's just pure damage at this point that the Kimi is dealing. And the Uranus, even though it has a radiant armor, not really able to sustain so much. But take a look, that Tsunami Slam coming in. Heisei could be in trouble here. But he does not fall. And he's the one getting dragged on right now. Kai going too low. Johan out of position. There was an implosion, but there was no impact. And this could be the moment that they were looking for. But Sharon, still maintaining the position in the back line, does not fall. Maintains those stacks and keeps dealing damage. And with this, TDP would like to get an inhibitor, but will he find it? Will they find this inhibitor that they're looking for?
It could be there. Phantom Steed coming in. So the pressure is there.
Oh my god, take a look at that. The knockup comes through, but there is not enough follow-up. They had a lot of bursts, but they are the ones getting bursted down instead. Team Sleep Tight really being forced to pay the price right now. Take a look at that. Triple kill for Sharon. I think he probably ended that game on 80 stacks, but the first game going into the hands of TDP over Sleep Tight.
Oh my god, in the entirety of the game, no one was able to touch down the Kimi. The damage Souls was dealing so much of damage, and if anyone was trying to go near that, there was the Tiger to crowd control them, and the constant poke coming in from Leo mode was an absurd damage. TDP, you gotta trust the process, as the name says, and trusting their process, they managed to secure the game number one away from Sleep Tight.
Man, take a look at the way the Leo mod went in. Man, even the backup that came through just after that from the Tigreal, I feel like you can say solely just the coordination itself was so good from the side of TDP. Sleep Tight lineup lagging a little bit on that. And that's probably the reason why they suffered a lot more as compared to the enemy side. Their opponents completely smothered them. Every single fight that they took was every single time not in their favor. And even the Throne of the Ruins, like you can see right now, it was so well placed, getting three members in contact, immobilizing them, dishing out so much damage, even diving beyond it, going inside the tower and taking kills as well. That just goes to show as to how well coordinated of a team TDP is.
That's that. But one thing is for sure, like how they were able to counter it out. Because if they send Uranus to check out the push, he's not able to do that. And in the whole game, the entirety of the game, the Lunox appearance was not there. The pressure, the damage dealing aspect that Lunox was able to dish out was absent. And it all comes down to the crowd control aspect from Alice and also from the Tigreal. These two were the heroes which outshine in the whole process from the side of TDP. And they were waiting for the itemization for carry to get the Trinity and one or two items from the side of Lunox, and also Venom TC to get the Vorax and get some the sustainable items to stand into the team fights and go with the engage, but it all fall down.
I mean, I would not be able to elaborate more than what you just said, bro. And with that, we have the statistics on the screen right now. The MVP of the game for sure is Sharon, because Sharon able to get 80 stacks onto the Sky Piercer. I think anyone in any match, if they're able to maintain the 80 Sky Piercer stacks, and they do not lose their life even once, because that you're going to give you a lot of gold, when you die if you're having 80 stacks. So yeah, that's what Sharon did not allow their enemies to get this time. Dishing a lot of damage. Of course, though, take a look at Kai as well, man. The Leomord is one of those junglers which is so good right now. Of course, after the Ascension. So yeah, getting that, Leomord as well was so much more valuable. As you can see, the amount of damage that he was dealing and the tankiness that he had allowed his teammates to, sustain even more. And Sharon was able to, comfortably stay in the backline, being pretty and nice and dishing out the damage that he's supposed to do.
That's there, but hey, the next game is going to be the Nepal server, and what do you think like this could the sleep tight lineup could do? Because TDP, they already won in their native server and now into their hometown server. They're going to be so strong. So this time to the game number two, Sleep Tight lineup will be having the first pick. So they won't be getting the Sunshine for sure, because hey, TDP will be banning it out, and if they are open for the gambles. It's not a valid choice to play East Sunshine on a high MS, because you need to, just evade out all the crowd controls, and also need to land the Mountain Shocker, and the passive. It constantly needs to be there. The one shot range, the one shot melee, the back and forth, the movement. So it's looking quite hard, because even if they go for the ban, I don't really think like they could pull out unless and until they go for a miracle. And also talking about the previous game, I didn't really feel the impact pick from Sleep Tight lineup. They went with the Uranus Kalia, like, hey, is the old pair up in the book? Like, Uranus will be the one to provide all the vision and give the Kalia a potential set of possibilities. Like, hey, you already have the vision for the enemies, but there was a constant threat for the Tigreal. So, what kind of bans are you hoping for? Because in the game number one, we can see like, hey, both the teams, they were unknown for the for from the enemy draft. They totally went with the instincts, like, hey, we should ban out this. This could be the possible, meta heroes for this team, or this could be the hero which could hinder our draft, which you are going forward for.
Mhm. I feel like, TDP just have to keep doing what they've been doing so far, because I feel like the synergy is on point. They are not really lacking in terms of synergy like Sleep Tight is, because Sleep Tight, coming into games like these where you're playing against the best, you cannot really, second think whatever choices you make. You make a choice and then you commit to it. But somewhere I feel like the synergy that I was looking for from this side of Sleep Tight seemed to be lacking. Yeah, because the roamer, we're definitely, getting caught a lot of times in awkward positions. As if you remember the Kalea, diving in without really having the backup of his teammates. Those were really awkward moments from the side of Sleep Tight. At the same time, Sleep Tight, the side lanes, the side laners, the rotations, it really seemed to keep lacking. Basically, Johan, overcommitting at times, not really having the information. Romer maybe not providing him with information. Maybe, him not listening. I don't know. There seems to be some problems, communication gaps happening in the side of Sleep Tight lineup, because the way they have been playing, I do not really expect them, to be getting dominated by the opponents just because of pure core, lack of synergy. But last game was completely due to a lack of synergy, because of which Sleep Tide was able to, TDP was able to win, because man, TDP's synergy was so on point. Every call, every action, every reaction, every single thing that they did last match was very, very well coordinated. And I mean, of course, Yaron did very well, but gotta give credit to the Romer as well sometimes, because I feel like sometimes his sacrifices were kind of worth it.
hmm Sacrificing the Tigreal was making was really
Yeah.
recognizable. The amount of implosion, one man, two man, even though he managed to bait out the flicker away from Kalya, was really
Yeah.
considerable. But coming on back to the game two, we are seeing the similar kind of a bans. Yuzhang being banned out from the side of Sleep Tide. There's a Grok ban, same as the game number one. Possibly they will be considering something right now, and the something is the Fanny ban coming in from Sleep Tight lineup. Like this could be, the priority ban or the respect ban coming in from side of Sleep Tight towards the TDP.
Let's see. We are seeing the Fanny ban. Of course, it's kind of obvious as to why you'd ban out the Fanny when the opponent is on their preferred server, which is Nepal server right now. And with that coming in from the other side, Freya not going to be allowed to be given into the hands of Sleep Tide. They already know the potential Freya has. Of course, in the last game, though, if you remember the statistics, Sasuke, Freya not really had too much. You don't really have too much damage output, right? Maybe probably more busy pushing down the lanes and the towers, and the Leomord and Uranus and the Kimi were allowed to engage more, and Freya just just go and keep pushing. And if you find someone in a 1v1 situation, Let's go in because, of course, Freya, one of the best heroes in a 1v1 situation, right? But along with that, Kalia Band coming in from the side of Sleep Tide. What can be the first pick though? Because this time around, the Yisun Shin, if left open here by TDP, could be a very good choice. But like you said before, Sasuke, it's not their server. So should they pick it up if it's left open? See, it's open now. Should they
Oh,
pick
I
it
don't know about that. I really don't know about that, but sleep tight, they could be thinking about if we give away the Ascension, what could we grab it? They grab the Hilda. TDP has the perfect opportunity to grab the, the Ascension, and alongside Kim if they really want to go again with that kind of a draft, but there's a Hilda. So need some kind of a defense kind of a thing which would avoid or protect down your backliners if you really want to go with the Vices or Akimi into the hands. Esmeralda is also a good EXP laner right now onto the consideration options, but there is a lot of heroes. Essentially, it is for the first pick.
TDP will not hesitate in taking away what is possibly the two best picks in this meta right now. Of course, the enemy was able to get their hands onto the Hilda. And like I was saying, these Essential and Guinevere picks are so good because Guinevere, as a roamer, it has so much potential. You can literally set up an entire team by yourself. At the same time, the second skill is just so good. If you ever, fail the engage, you can just escape using the skill 2 second phase. So yeah, special migration S2 second phase is so good. It allows you to disengage as well. At the same time, the cooldown keeps getting reduced with the first skill. So yeah, like overall, Guinevere is such a good combination. So along with that, you pair it up with Essential who's able to provide damage. If he's able to reveal someone, if he's able to reveal the entire team of Sleep Tide hiding in a bush,
Oh,
oh my god, this is deadly combo, man. This is a very, very deadly combo. What is going to happen when you're going to put up three of these heroes? Of course, Essential is the best juggler right now, but against a combo like this, can he really stand against?
hey, let me put it. If TDP managed to pick up a Valentina into the mid, I believe like they could stand. Imagine you
Oh
can you
yeah.
get the Sora shifting skies ultimate and
Oh
you
my
pair
god.
it up with the second skill of
Oh
the
my
Guinevere. But
god. How? How could they miss out on the Valentina? It's so obvious that Sleep Tide are going to ban it now. But right now, if Sleep Tide do not ban the Valentina, then oh my god. Oh my god. What are you doing, bro? Sleep Tide. What are you doing? If you don't ban the Valentina now, then enemy is going to get what? Like, they already have a Farsa to kind of, dominate the mid lane because you know that the Farsa is such a good pick in the mid lane, right? And then
yeah,
you
that's
give
true.
away the Valentina as well. That's like, what do you want? You want to lose? Like, come on. Like, there is literally a Yi Sun Shin already. You have already given out the Farsa. And now, if you do not ban out the Valentina, then you are bringing you're bringing the, swinging axe on your neck yourself, bro.
Okay, but is it really worth it to ban out a Valentina? Because like, hey, arguably, you can play the Valentina into the XP lane against a Sora, but that will, just drop the amount of crowd control option that TDP has to go. Because if they're putting the Guinevere into the roam position or maybe into jungle, which is not confirmed yet, they still need some kind of a heavy, sustainable tank frontliners into the roam position or in the XP position. If and only if they are planning to do that, that makes sense. Like, hey, Sleep Tight would needs to ban out a Valentina. If not, and if they are sure, like, hey, TDP will play this Guinevere into the room, then I don't see a point banning
Uh,
out a Valentina. Perhaps a goal laner would be more suffice, or probably an Alice would give them the potential aspect.
I understand, what you're saying, but I believe that right now, the side of TDP, they could even be going for two fighter side lanes if they want. because that is also possible. Usually what happens when you pick up East and Shin jungle is you need
Hmm.
frontliners, so you skip going for the marksman, you go for the tanky side laners instead at the gold lane and the EXP lane, both of them. And yeah, the both of them being too tanky, maybe let's say the Phobius in Uranus getting picked up here. Okay, Uranus has been banned out. The Phobius is still a good option though. You can go for the Phobius if you want. If you want, I would say you can even go for a Belleric in the side lane. That's just because the enemy has dive, and when they dive on you, you just use the weight of the dryads, and that's when they're stunned. Spatial migration comes in, and yep, there you go. You have the most perfect setup that you can do with this combo. But yeah, I'm not really wishing to
Hmm.
see a Belleric, okay? That's just some wild idea that I had in my mind.
Okay, okay. Well, not enough though, because they'll be prioritizing the Esmeralda. So it's a Yi Sunshine onto the gold lane and Squidward into the jungle. That's what I'm believing the trust of process are going to do with that. But on to the contrary, like what could Sleep Tide go with? There is a carry, a potential pick, but carry against Essential in the goal lane. I'm quite not sure because Essential will be having the upper hand just because of the range he gets from the second skill. He'll be continuously spamming it down. And after the level 4, he has the Mountain Shocker, perfect defense. But they go with the Brody.
And the Zaytian, okay. They do not go for. Okay, but now the enemy can pick up they can actually pick up the Valentina right now if they want to. But that would make the game very interesting. Anyways, what we have right now is a Brody and a Zetian. Zetian does a good job at countering the Farsa, but her ultimate
Mhm.
cooldown is much, much longer. But okay, we are here to see a X-Borg and Esmeralda. Okay, yeah, they're going really heavy in for all that sustain. They know that they cannot really melt down the Baxia, alone with a Yisun Shin and a fighter, which does not deal true damage. And Alpha is not really
Mhm.
a good choice. So yeah, the X-Borg really fits in there very, very well.
Okay, that's good, but I'm still not able to digest the whole Brody pick into the goal lane because Farsha's feather strike is literally the counter for Brody because Brody does not have that kind of a range to outrange the Farsha's ultimate, and the movement speed is not that much. So if he's mispositioned himself or caught, he's been caught off guard into the feather strike is constant burst, man. It's constant bursts. Like, see, Sleep Tag lineup, they are literally playing with fires this time.
Yep. And there's fire on the other side as well because you have literally an X-Borg on the other side as well. So yeah, that's how good this
Uh huh.
game is going to get. Anyways, what I'm really interested to see is how are they going to deal with this Sora. If it starts popping off once, you know that Sora is going to pop off for the entire game. And for the entire
Mm-hmm.
duration, you have to deal with it. And the side of TDP, they do have good disengage, and they do have a good engage as well. But what they do not have is, I would say,
Oh,
they do not have. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Into the mid lane. This time around, they're targeting the right person. At least I would say, because take a look at Sharon. Sharon not really able to get that level 2, losing out on the minion and the EXP. Oh, very heavy. Take a look at that first blood already in the enemy jungle area. They might be going for a double because they know that Kai is low. Man, that's how Sleep Tight lineup tries to make the comeback happen in the Nepal server right now. Anyways, talking about the other stuff happening on the map, you can clearly see how the Esmeralda is not really having any sort of pressure from the Sora.
uh-huh. That's there. But again, it is a rumor for what zero. Okay, again. Oh,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. So much aggression, right? This game. I feel like, what is happening is right now is that Sleep Tight lineup just wants to control the tempo by themselves. And that's exactly why they have been going in so heavily, so aggressively early into the game. They know that if they can get the
oh,
advantage against the Zixian Shin, they can win this game. And that's exactly what Venom TZ is trying to do right now, slowing down that Yisun Shin. And there comes Skull with the backup and the follow through. And they get the Yisun Shin down. The opening that they were looking for is finally something that they've achieved. But yeah, that is what you want to do against the Eastern Shin, right? Because you know that Eastern Shin, once he gets that level 4, there's a high chance he can get the first blood. And that's why they tried not to let that happen. They shut him down immediately. They have things under control right now.
Things under control is what Sleep Tight kind of believe, but the retribution was away and they waited for the perfect opportunity. There's a shifting sky thunder form along with the fury of the Phoenix.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Phoenix Fury being used up already. But let's see what's happening right now. Take a look at the Baksha. He's trying his level best to, get something. Every single time he has that wheel available, he'll just drive up and
Oh,
just steal a buff or two. Take a look at that. He gets one at least. And that's exactly how
that's
they're
one.
going to make. They're going to make this Eastern Shin star for farm.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
That seems ideal. Look at the Sora again.
Oh, a lot of damage. But now he could be the one getting stuck instead. Oh, a lot of damage being done here by Skull. The Hilda comes up with the follow through and he gets one down as well. A lot of damage being done here onto the Sora, Simba. He's trying his best, but now he could be the one falling instead. And yes, he will. The knockout coming through from the spatial migration. Not enough damage though to take down Venom TZ. And there it comes. The last Insanity getting popped off and he will get that kill. And oh, whoa, 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 whoa. A lot of damage being done here by the Feather Airstrike as well. But they do not really have the flicker available on Sharon, and that's why
Things
this side of
finally,
Big Tight lineup will be able to escape.
things finally under control of Sleep Tight lineup. The goal lead around 2.3k into their hands, trying to gain the momentum. They got the turtle, they got everything they need, and again, look at instant replay. Like they were forcing out the Ascension to just neglect his farm, and again the lasting insanity was the one to pin down the Baksha. Valentine's he falls down, but hey, there was a flicker forced out. So in the next turtle, the flicker from the Xpog will not be there, and again they're fighting again for the control in the mid lane.
Of course, that is where the game begins, the control of the mid lane. And right now, oh my god, Johan, is he
Oh,
going to go down here? Furix comes in, one stack only, but there is enough damage, it seems! And Pine gets that kill as well. This mage is actually, setting up the tone right now. Pine is definitely the one who's having the better control. Sharon, unlike the last game, not really able to do much. Take a look at this. Sora always struggling against the Esme.
hey, that's that. But hey, into the team fights, Sora is doing his best to just zone out Ascension, and again he will be falling down to Skull. Look at that, but there's a trade-off a jungle for a rumor, and again Sleep Tight lineup will prioritize the uncontested turtle into their menu.
Yes, the turtle being served right on a plate here. And damn, what's happening? I'm not really sure. Because, like, in the first match, we saw, Sleep Tight lineup. Oh, there it comes. Special migration connecting. But not enough commitment being done here. Those are important skills missed up. But, yep, they can still afford to have that. And the reason why they went is probably because they were thinking that there was something else happening on the other side of the map. Okay, Kai here being pressured. A lot of damage done. Oh, the ultimate. But there is not enough damage to take him down. He will be the one going down instead. It seems. Phoenix Fury comes through, but he's able to trace less away from that. And my goodness, a very, very, I would say a very, very good effort from Skull. But way too unlucky there.
Seems like the priority pick is quite looking handy for Sleep Tight lineup. The Hilda priority over the Vices. You can take away the East and Shin, but you won't be able to farm. Says the Sleep Tight. And look at the itemization. Hilda already that, but we'll look at that a little bit later. There was a good engage, but the damage from Farsha was not able to melt down that quickly.
Okay, and taking a look right now at the items, you can see both the mages have the glowing wands, a couple of war axes here and there being shown as well, and you can see this Hilda does have the Fury Hammer, and that's the reason why he has good amount of damage. But what is happening right now? I say not really moving, and as well the Eastern Shin falling as well. There seems to be an issue. I really thought there was an issue because as you saw there, the Guinevere was completely frozen.
Well, that's there. But again, right now, like Sleep Tight They have everything under their control. They stop the Essential from farming, so there is no potential damage dealing aspect from the jungle itself. So he's quite a level down, and Hilda is always there to poke him out, and always a constant threat for Farsha and also for the Essential. Man, they have bullied very much this Essential in this particular game, man. No, this time trust the process. Like the process is not going that smooth as it should be, because given the fact that the draft was looking quite good, and then it turned around in the later phases of the draft, and also the Hilda pick from the sleep kite
Yep.
is way too phenomenal. Like, she's constantly into the bush trying to look for the backline jump, and you got the Paksha for the front line palette of Vedazician, and also the Sora with Shifting Skies, the Thunder Farm. He's going and charging the perfect man to melt him down. They really need the Xbox into the team fights.
Oh, hey, look at this Hilda, man. Now, though, it should be falling, but oh my god, don't tell me he's going to survive this one. He makes it out of there alive. And with that, Sleep Tight lineup are still dominating. Let's see, this time around, they're going to go into the mid lane, trying to force this one out, and Farsa does not seem to be around as well. Something is wrong. I can't really understand. But anyways, whatever it may be, there will be no hesitation from Sleep Tight lineup to take full advantage of this, of this situation, of this moment.
Final turtle is right into the hands of Sleep Tight lineup. Almost 30% down. Retribution is there, and Venom TZ will be securing it without any hesitation, as Rayla is trying to zone the East Sunshine on par. Like, wherever he is going, there is the constant damage. Praga was not able to sustain, but there is a fire missile being popped out over to Daksha. Nothing major as of now, but still Sleep Tight lineup trying to force and keep the constant pressure.
And with that, they might be able to get down this tower up top. Take a look at the special migration, finding the right target there. And that is Pine who will be falling down. And that is a very important kill, because now that the mid laner is down, they do not really need to feel the pressure of getting poked down, from distance. And now they can try to dive in at the, at their opponent, especially this Brody right now is playing very well too safe in the backlines. Let's see what happens. Can they get this tower? They might be able to get it. And there it is, the tower being taken down here. Tier 2, the first tier 2 to fall at the top side. And along with that, I think, they might be looking for more here, but they won't be finding anyone because TDP here are playing it really safe.
But they are still looking forward for the mid tier 2. Perhaps not. The Lord will be spawned down in 35 seconds, and look at that. Sleep Tight putting a constant pressure. If they get 1 or 2 kills before the Lord, it would be a smooth journey for them in the game number 2. And look at that push setup into the bot lane. Like, Hilda is constantly there without any threat. The itemization seems like Hilda is the one making down. Like, there's the Chester's quadrant, a magic robe to prevent the burst damage coming in from Farsha, even though that is not much of an itemization from the Farsha. It's only the...
Oh my god, take a look at that. That is a very, very bad engage there. The Sora getting caught off guard. Okay, a lot of damage being done here, but does not really pop off his ultimate. Johan holding on to that for the right timing, because he knew that the Esmeralda had enough HP, but I think it was still, available, so why not pop it off, Anyways, let's see. Bottom lane is under control of Sleep Tight lineup, so if they want, they can go in and try to get the Lord. But okay, knockup coming through. Skull uses the flicker, but can he escape? Because there's a lot of things being done here. Last Insanity coming through, and there comes a Mountain Shocker as well. Not enough damage though into the backline. Take a look at Sharon getting targeted here by Venom TZ, and Venom TZ in a 1v4 situation, but he's not bothered because there's not enough damage. And there comes the knockup once again, but he is not able to pull it off this time because he will be going down into the hands of Skull, and Johan piercing through with his damage as well. Every single one falling down there from TDP except for the Xborg, and Sleep Tight lineup will look for Lord.
Just to add it was in favor of TDP. Sleep Tight managed to pull it off. They were too focused. An obsolete over to the Hilda kill. The left the Siren all by himself, and Venom TZ managed to pull that thread off. And in spite that, Hilda didn't manage to survive. So it's a win-win situation for Sleep Tight, and with the Lord One into their hands, it's looking pretty grim for the side of TDP. And look at that instant replay where it all began, and it was nearly the end of TDP.
And that instant replay actually shows as to how the side of TDP, even though the coordination was definitely there, but I still feel like the fact that they're so behind in terms of farm does not really allow them to pull this off. But somehow they're still alive in this game. They're behind by 10k right now. It's really a very, very bad situation to be in with this kind of lineup where you should be having some snowball happening, and that's why it's really, really painful series. But somehow they've been able to defend this inhibitor. But Simba could be falling, lot of damage, tear apart memory, and with that the combo coming in from Sora as well, Sharon falling as well. Nobody surviving there. But look at that, Sora taking a lot of hits from the tower. But yep, be able to get out as well. But yeah, this one minion is all they have right now. The one Canyon minion, it will be taken down very, very easily. Now they have to defend this mid lane, which of course, Sleep Tight lineup here showing some discipline. Not really overcommitting, not really overextending.
But they are still looking for that mid base here, which is nearly to 35% its own HP. And they have the right cards to pull it off. Like, just when the Feather Strike is there, there's a Fury of Phoenix to deflect that. And they're literally engaging with the Zishan's ultimate, and the poke is really, really something. And the torn apart memory is literally there. And I think the Sky Pierce is also there for Johan, because the amount of damage and the stack he is dealing is really humongous. 1 HP base mid tower. Looking forward the base. Yes. Johan trying his best, and he gets it.
Oh, take a look at Heise. Heise should be falling here. He uses that flicker to get away. But now they do not have 2 inhibitors, and take a look at that. Super minions. Lot of damage being done here. He is forced to use the flicker. Can he survive? Damn, the Fury of the Phoenix comes in clutch there. Venom TZ, he's going to dive in on the opponents. Do they want to end right now? It seems like Sleep Tight is trying to force the end. But there is a lot of damage. Simba will be getting torn apart as well. Take a look at that. K Simba falling down. A lot of zone being coming through as well. But oh my god, in this desperate attempt, are they making things hard for themselves? Are they? Oh my god. Luckily enough, they disengaged at the right time, because for a moment I thought TDP had the opening that they were looking for the entire match.
11k goal lead is what Sleep Tight lineup is dominating, and with that confidence, they nearly thought like, hey, we have the right cards, we have the Brody who has a highest, tower damage, and you could probably end it, but they still managed to pull it off in a perfect defense, and with the second Lord, they are looking forward to end it once and for all and pull it to the game number 3. And look at the held opposition, looking forward to possible engage.
Whoa. What's happening right now? Take a look at that. This is something that they should not have done. Probably, TDP thinking that because they are a man down right now, they can go for an even fight. But the thing is, when you're 10k goal behind, even a, outnumbered team fight could kind of, turn against you. And that's what it just happened. Simba falling down 6 times is, an example of how even the, even the tankiest member cannot really tank enough. Take a look at this expo. The Viraga is going down way too easily right now. And even his immortality might getting popped off here. Will he use his last insanity? And he probably will. But before that, his Viraga armor is down again. And with that, they get 2 members. Heise is down, and is the Viraga armor owner also down as well. And with that, they get the base, and Sleep Tight lineup have made this game 1-1.
They're not looking forward to give it up that easy. You dominated us in our server, we do the same. The priority pick, Hilda, came in handy. They dominated the early game. They choked out the farm away from the Eastern Shin. And TDP was not ready to pull it off. And, a constant threat looming over the back lines, over the heads of Farsha. Alongside Eastern Shin, Hilda was constantly pressurizing, like, hey, I'm in this push. I cannot jump over you any second. One wrong move and you're dead.
Yep.
And that was the constant threat. Look at the highlights. It was, it could be possible, but you need the expo in the early team fight, but he was not able to do so because, if he moves and outs for his lane, Brody is there to just farm up and just chunk out each piece of gold from the gold tower.
Definitely. There was a lot of times where it seemed like, things could have went right, but yep, gotta give credit to Sleep Tight as well, and hopefully this time we can have a better match from both sides because I felt like in the last game in game one there was not really any issue, but the fact that the match was paused a couple of times in the second one, I feel like TDP were facing some issues, and in this third game they were going to go witness. I hope they did not really face any issues. Looking at the highlights this time around, even though we know the team TDP was playing very very coordinated gameplay, the thing is even though
Uh-huh.
you're playing a coordinated gameplay, the fact that you're so much behind already does not allow you to pull off the kind of plays that would have happened if you had equal farm. So yeah, that's where I feel like it was kind of very very wrong, I would say. So yeah, take a look at that. That Phoenix Fury right there saves that Sora, and after that they go for the end. They go for the base. They do not really care about who's standing in front of them because they know even though there's so much tower damage coming through, they can still take him down. And take a look at in a position like that where Baksha got was invading. I feel like Lee Shin at the same level would have been able to take him down, but the fact that he's behind in terms of gold as well as EXP does not allow him to get there. Oh my god, who is this MVP?
Venom TZ 11-15. I think it is the similar score which Sharon was there. It was 11-13. Venom TZ turning it out 11-15. Showing him like, hey, it's okay, you can pick out a Kimmy, and you also probably need to go for it. And it was a counter pick, not a counter pick, but a counter gameplay showing like, hey, we'll be going to the game number three, and I believe for the game number three, the server it will be tossed by a coin. So it's going to be a crucial game, but I don't think so. Like picking up the server, like you need to play in your home server or the different server doesn't make any point because both the teams they have won in the different server itself and lost in the same server. So if they're going with that kind of a jinx, I believe like none of the team would want their own home server.
Yep, really, there is something wrong when you're playing on your server, I guess, right now, because both the teams they have been playing so well, but the fact that right now they lost in both the matches where the servers where their opponents means that something is wrong with while you're playing on your server. Maybe it's overconfidence, maybe it's an actual issue. Doesn't matter what it is. In the end, the one who wins are the ones who are not playing on their server. So whichever guy whichever person wins the toss this time should probably choose their opponent's server. What do you think?
I mean, that's there, but do you really want to give the opponents a fair and square round? Because the draft and the positions, and there were a lot of there are a lot of respects which you can consider in the option why the bad plays were made, but giving out the enemy server as your first pick, it's just too much. I think I'll pick up the second pick instead of going through the trauma of picking out a server. Like, even if I win the toss, I'll go for the second pick. Like, hey, you can pick up the server for you. I'm happy with the second pick because it's a 1v2 gamble. Like, you give away one and get two heroes for yourself despite the server. And I think it's a win win situation.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I mean, as long as you're getting what you want, you can always have your way, I guess. But
But look at the
taking a look at
itemization.
yeah, the itemization here is really really good. I would say from both teams, except for the fact that yeah, I guess if the side of TDP had some more gold, they could have done better. But yeah, Sharon, in the first game MVP and this game, not really the best, I guess. Kind of raise questions, but I feel like there was definitely some issues in terms of network, I guess, from side of TDP. Definitely, even though it's their own server, probably their network kind of gave up on them because I saw a couple of times where the players were just standing there. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I guess there should have been something better things would have been better. But anyways, hopefully this third match is a final and fair match, and both the sides are playing at a, I would say, a good ping. Yeah, good ping, and hopefully we can have an exciting game ahead of us. But after watching the first two games, it's very clear they are the side of Nepal, which is right now is just STL. Sorry, TDP are the ones who have a better synergy and better draft as well, I would say. So yeah, let's see what they do right now. I'm really interested as well. What do you think, Sasuke? Which team is going to get the okay? We already have it. We already have it here. We can see that TDP has the first pick and Sleep Tide has the second pick. But after we find out who the server is, I will make a prediction of who might win this one. What do you think, Sasuke?
Oh, that's definitely the case. But for me, I think like TDP, despite the server, despite the pick, there's one thing for sure that they'll do, and that they will be banning out the Paksha for sure. Whether or not they want to get the Freya, they want to get the YSS, but the Paksha was the way big of a hindrance that they were like facing into the game number two. And if they really want to get the game into the hands, the Paksha is one of the things which they need to take care of. If not, they can always go for the grabs. But hey, you're giving away a lot of resources to the enemies again. So it up to the team like whether or not they want to revolve their draft around the Bakshia, or they want to ban it out, or they want to just neglect it out.
I mean, I think they can, do what they want. But hopefully, they always, keep their own composition in mind with whatever they're banning and picking right now. But yeah, we have just found out the information which server it is, and it is a Mumbai server. So yep, there's a high chance that TDP might win this game. Looking at the way things are going right now.
Okay, now you're jinxed it.
TDP is going
Now
to win
you're
this one.
jinxed it.
It has been going this way, right? So why won't it happen again? But if this time Sliptide has to break the curse, then yeah, they have to do the impossible, right? Which is win on their own server, which has not happened in the last two games, in the last two matches. So yeah, let's see. What do you think? I am going with Sliptide in this last one, Sasuke. Sorry, I'm going with TDP in this last one because the game is being played on Mumbai server.
I mean, I'm quite not really sure because I look at the draft and then I quite analyze, and like then I can predict like who can win or who has a better chance of winning. Looking at the bans netting out of the ordinary, same bans in the game number one, game number two. They're prioritizing the Yuzhong, Grog from the side of TDP, and Zushin along with Kalia. Seems fine. But the final ban coming in from both the teams is the one which we need to look out for. Like, is it going to be a Pakshia? Is it going to be a Freya? Is it going to be a Yisanshin? Is it going to be a Guinevere? A lot of possible heroes and just two bans for them.
Let's see. Okay, this one should reveal some things, and the thing is, when you're having these picks, right? Take a look at this, the side of Team GDP, right? They're having the Grok, the Dragon, and the Hilda. It means they do not want dive against them. What do you want to protect? You want to protect. You want to have a backline that's dishing out damage and needs protection when you're banning out those kind of heroes. So that means it's a high possibility that we're going to see a Yisan Shen in the hands of TDP once again. And this time there is no Hilda, so there should be no pressure on them, hopefully. But there is... I think there's no more pressure, so you can easily go for the Yisan blindly as a first pick, I would say. There's literally nothing to
Hey. Talk about the pressure. There's the Sand Prince, Khalid.
Khalid
Works it works similarly like that, but they Sleeptide ban out the Leo mod and TDP prioritize the Freya. So now Sleeptide can go with the Yisan alongside Khalid, or perhaps something else. Esmeralda is also open for the grabs to count it out for the Freya.
Okay, now see. Now the fact that we have to consider so many things at the same time, it is so hard. Imagine drafting. Why people kind of, do not pay too much attention, do not really care too much about drafting. But guess, the fact that Sasuke just pointed out the options that Sleeptide could have in their minds right now goes to show how difficult it is to, consider what to, pick and ban when you have so many, situations in your mind. Anyways, here we're looking at Sora and Claude being picked up, which are going to be the side laners, hopefully, for the sort of sleep side, because I don't want to see a Sora jungle or roam, at least. It's going to be an XP, Claude in the gold lane against a Freya. I'm not really sure. I mean, you gotta be like innocent or Kelra if you want to pull this shit. And I guess Johan is up for the challenge tonight.
Well, it is. And guess you just pointed out like, hey, it's a server in favor of sleep tight, right? So with that kind of a confidence, he's quite sure like, hey, I will be able to pull it off. But TDP they can prioritize with a Valentina in the mid lane, and that would be a huge success because imagine you get a shifting skies and the thunder form, and you just go on over to the cloud. But that's not going to be the case. They prioritize the Kimi alongside Esmeralda. I think Sleeptide did manage to crack it out. Like in the second game, they gave TDP the opportunity to pick up the Valentina, and since they don't, they went with the intuition. Like, hey, they perhaps don't want to go with the Valentina because it's mostly a utility. So they are looking forward with a poke or a burst kind of a mid lane, and that's why they gamble it out the Sora into the second as a first pick in a like second phase. Okay, second pick Sora. Okay, just keep it there.
Second pick, Sora, and yeah, the first phase is over. You're going to see a Farsa versus a Kimi. Kimi did give the MVP to TDP, and in the second match where Farsa was used, TDP lost the match. So yeah, once again, the statistics kind of favoring TDP. Just pointing out that fact, Sasuke.
Mhm. Well, if you go back to the game number one, the Fasha was banned against Akimi, so Sleep Tide was forced to go with the Lunox. But
But that still
they
means
prioritized the.
TDP, picked up Kimi and they won, and TDP picked up the Farsa and they lost. So that means the Farsa is a hero that lost, and Kimi is a hero that won. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now that they are put up against each other,
Ah,
the things
okay,
are in
okay,
favor of TDP.
okay. I mean, don't jinx it though, because the fact that you consider
I mean,
so many options.
I'm just pointing out what's happening. Like see the reason I'm like going with logic here, because like
Okay.
it has been happening again and again. There's always patterns to things. And right now, the only way for Sleep Tide to win is break the pattern. So yeah, they have to break. They have to break the pattern.
Hmm.
But how do they do it right now? I think it's really possible because Kimi is actually a hero that gets outraged by the Farsa, right? It's a clear counter for the Kimi. So you're getting that.
Yeah,
You have
that's
a
true.
very And you also have a pretty good, pretty good EXP lane. I mean, yeah, we did see the Sora struggling against the Esma in the last game, but what matters more, I guess, is rotations. If you're able to provide better rotations, then I think the lack of that, of that 1v1 lane domination kind of gets covered because you're participating more in team fights and helping out your team get ahead. So I think
Mm-hmm.
Skull has to play that way this time. Not Skull. My bad. P has to play this time like that. And Hylos showing up. Okay, that is something that I did not consider. But man, Hylos, I think that's interesting. But the fact that after all this, there is still no Yisun Shin yet is crazy. How is there still no Yisun
I,
Shin in this draft?
I'm quite not sure because let's just face it. You're talking about the patterns. Yisan Shin lost when it was in the sides of TDP, and now they are not looking forward for it. They went with the joy,
Ooh,
and they went with the Gatotkacha to jump down towards the Freya.
I
Now,
think.
I kind of like how TDP is going with this kind of a draft, but
Mm,
sleep tight to just wrap it out. given the fact that how they have dropped, they have the Sora, they have the Hylos, the closest pathway to engage and disengage, and also a set potential coming in from Sora and the Blazing Duet to cover it out all in the late game. A Suyo alongside this kind of a draft would wrap it out. If not, there is
Okay.
always such Shin. But Avani comes into a picture
I can't
in the
understand
game
sometimes.
three.
Do players do this intentionally or something? Like it's so clearly visible that the ascension is open and up for grabs, and you still go ahead with the Fanny. But yeah, I think
Hey,
the
hey,
Fanny could
hey,
work
hey,
here because there is a Kimi, there's a Kimi. So it might work actually. And it might work very
hey,
well.
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Fanny is one of one of the best heroes for Venom TZ. If you go back into the ancient history of MLBB India, Venom TZ was known for his assassins, especially the Fanny. So with the server into the
Okay.
hands, is looking forward to wrap the game number 3 with the Fanny on his hand.
All right, let's see how this game goes, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you all back once again to the India Nepal Showdown, brought to you by ESFI. And of course, this is not just ESFI bringing it; it's also NESA. So yeah, kudos to both the countries, sports esports bodies to bring forward this tournament for every ML fan in both countries here together. Anyways, let's take a look at this. Venom TZ probably going to go for an early invade, as the Fanny players always like to do, and he will get that beer creep for free. Oh, take a look at the bot lane though. There's a lot of pressure being done here. Damn, that was really close there. For a moment, I
One
thought
with
that this Freya could fall there.
1v2 situation, but into the drop side, as you just mentioned, like, hey, Spinnerella does have the upper hand, but look at the jungle area of Team TDP. They are looking forward to grab the creep which was just stolen away.
Yep. They want to get a trade back. They want this bear creep. Fanny missing out on a couple of cables there, and does not find the connection. And yeah, they will lose out on that buff. So yep, that's what this game is about. Like you might be losing out in the early game, but that does not mean that the game is over. So yeah, that's why Joy is level 4 and the Fanny is still level 3. Even though we know that the Fanny got the invade and he got the advantage. Okay. Flicker. Waited out there. Fanny going in. There could be a cutthroat coming in. Not enough energy left. But it's still a first blood going into the hands of Venom TZ.
That's what I said. You're like, hey, Sleep Tide are looking pretty confident and they want to lock this game with a Fanny. First blood already in the hands, and now looking for more. There's a Shifting Skies, Thunder Form.
What is happening here? The bird able to fly away. Electrifying beats coming in. Mr. Sora not lucky enough. Peach will fall. Skull will fall as well. TDP are not really going to let Sleep Tight lineup break the pattern.
A 2-for-2 trade it is, and none of the parties have gone forward for the total contest. Like with the fight into their hands, you are not looking forward for the straight up fight, and you'll be looking forward for the potential re-engage kind of a thing, unless you have the manpower or the or like is it a 4v5 situation or a 3v5 situation? But again, the lowest pathway been popped out. Farsha
And
quite
actually,
low.
along with the flicker as well onto the Farsa, right? And that means that's a good amount of information, because the thing is, when the Farsa does not really have a let's see, take a look at Peach here, take a look at Skull as well. Positioning is good. Venom TZ getting a nice setup here. Not enough damage though. He's able to force the back off. Okay, fine, coming in. He wants to go in for the ultimate, it seems. But will he go in? Yes, he goes. He commits on Simba. And Simba falls down. And there comes the backup from Sharon. Finding members one by one. Dalrami as well falling down. Sharon survives. But that's just 2 members down for 4.
1-for-3. A beautiful trade right in the hands of Sleep Tide lineup. And now they're looking forward for the neutral objective. It was a long battle for just the level 1, the first turtle of the game. Like, how insane they are looking forward for this neutral objective, and it's just providing the essential pressure and trying to gain the momentum she has in the early game itself. Like, in each and every team fight, she's there trying to make up for the team. Oh, in the top lane,
Whoa, whoa. Sora. Like in the last game as well, we already saw how Sora kind of, struggles in the laning phase, against the Esmeralda. Kind of getting clear as to why it is, because there's so much range, and you have to get close to creative minions because the skills don't really work. But anyways, okay, let's see. Bottom side, Freya, not in a good position. If she gets caught here, she's dead.
oh, the first kill is there for the escape. But look at the Fanny. Electrifying base still there for the joy, but the damage is the great question, or the big question. Now looking forward for a potential cleanup, or rather a setup, but he chose to recall. Letting out of the ordinary onto the top lane again. Oh.
Oh, what's happening here? What is this Sora going to do? He is going to make an outplay happen. It was a 2v1. He still comes out on top. But man, take a look at Heisei. What was that AOG for, my friend? What was that AOG for?
Perhaps catching down the Natalias, which were never spotted on. But hey, back to the game. The goal lead currently into the hands of TDP, despite the things. They lost a couple of the fights, but again, Claude looking quite hefty, taking down the tier 1 tower. Glorious pathway.
Lot of damage. Glorious pathway. Take a look at the Joy though. Comes in at the right time, and the BMI comes through from Johan. Take a look at the Revitalize. The outplay is coming through as well. Because if not for the Revitalize, that Hylo's gonna fall in there. But now, look at Fanny arriving at the right time. Sharon is low. Sharon could be in trouble here. Cutthroat, and there it is. The shutdown secured by Venom TZ. And Sharon here pays the price into the mid lane as well. Take a look at Peach. Really focus on the pushing down the tower. In this game, TDP are the one losing control. And the ones who are getting control are STL. But take a look at the first solo using the wall to escape. AOG committed as well. So much here being done and thrown at Sleeptide by TDP. But they did not find anyone. But there it comes. There it comes. The Feather Strike. The high loss. Opening up the Revitalize. The Ring of Punishment as well. Slowing fingers down. Freya coming through. There's a lot of damage from the Freya. And they will get one. But can they get more?
That's a good question. But again, the damage from the Sleeptide is more than enough if they really want to go for more. But TDP, knowing the goal lead is still in their hands. That's a big question.
Oh. Another fight coming through, it seems. Falling Star Moon, catches Skull. There's, of course, enough HP on this horse boy to kind of get away. And with that, Lord coming up in the next 1 minute. And let's see who gets this one. And the thing is, these two junglers have a very good amount of mobility, right? So the thing is, they always have that far lane in check when this Lord is up. And yeah, that's the reason why, both is the entire team, the other 4 members can just, stay at the Lord and kind of let the enemy, pay later. But anyways, let's see. They are trying to take down towers here.
That's right, but hey, Joy is the right thing, like right target to just go and clear with electrifying base. The shortest cooldown, I believe, is there, but again, Fanny is one of the heroes which could just farm away from the over to the far lane, keep up the constant pressure, while the rest of the team is there for the fights and for the neutral objectives. Look at that.
Yep.
Both the junglers playing away totally on the opposite lane, but there's the blue buff, the Lord again, 12 seconds, and look at the itemization. Gimme over to the Sky Piercer alongside the concentrated energy, but this time, the Sky Piercer stack will be quite low, and the damage dealing from the mid lane itself, it need to be there, and also Freya looking forward for that endless battle, still not able to build it.
Oh, take a look at
No?
that dive coming through. Sora, high loss, all charging in inside the enemy tower. Heise here still dishing out a lot of damage as well, stranking through. But man, this guy cannot really survive any longer. Venom TZ coming in with the
No.
cables, gets one down, might be getting two. There comes the double, and everyone from the side of TDP falling down like dominoes. Sleep tight lineup are here to break the pattern.
Bye bye, good night, sleep tight, they say as they go 0 for 4 trade, and with a lot into their hands, they're looking forward to end it and gain the scrap and gain the total domination over the map. And look at that, it all went down as the law and order came down, and Fanny with the steel cables and cutthroat over to the Kimmy. A total fashionable kills onto the hands. Joy was the only sole survivor. It all began with the glorious pathway right on point, and the damage dealing from the cloud was there. BMI in a blazing duet.
Yup, man. All those stuff, happening in a best way possible. Okay, OG coming through. Does not find the connection, but Joy gets the kill. And with that, will they be satisfied? Will they look for more? Because into the mid lane, you can see that the Lord is coming. And Sleep Tight lineup, they will try their best to get a couple of towers with this one. At least, get one inhibitor if possible. Oh my god, the damage!
Flicker
That's a
in.
double
That's a
kill
double
for
kill.
Johan, and they're going in for more now. They have this Lord on their side. Will they get this inhibitor? It probably seems to be the case as they're taking it down slowly, surely. Take a look at Heise. Lot of damage being done. And he will fall before I can say that he's gone. But now Fanny coming through, going for a lot of damage off with his cables. But the Ram is surviving.
Well
through, but it's
redesigned.
3v2. Let's see if they can do something. Take a look at the way this cloud is melting down everyone. He's on a double, I guess. He's on a triple, I guess. But no, it's Hylos who gets the kill away. But now he gets a double, and he could be going in for a triple. They do not really have minions anymore. So I guess it's better to back off now and show some discipline from Sleep Tight.
Saw the discipline, but the spells and the abilities are all well used, so they were forced to go away because any overstepping, meaning that TDP could just turn out the tide they have created so far. Goal lead right now, 4K, still into the hands. Okay, not 4K, but 9K. That is a huge goal lead, and look at the Cloud item. Trinity in the hands, along with the Malefic Khan. No wonder he's dealing damage like a monster. And still, the physical defense is yet to be made from the frontliners of TDP.
Yeah, exactly.
No just a and neither the blade armor is spot on.
Yep. But the main thing is, there is literally nothing right now that they can do. They do not have farm to stay inside juggle. There's dive, but they do not have counter for it. And yeah, that's all I guess. Okay, they can mobilize the high loss. The high loss is the wrong target, and that's why once again Sleep Tight Lana will be able to get away for free.
Minions marching down towards the enemy lane. The Lord is up for the grabs in 10 seconds, and TDP, they need to do something. Perhaps a miracle might save them this time, because if they don't contest for the Lord, they might be in some dire situation. Bottom tier, base tier, already decimated. Look at the bench dealing. The Cloud is so confident. It's like, hey, you cannot kill me because you don't have the damage, and even if you do, I'll be just using the Blazing Duet and fill up the HP,
Go on. Let's see. Venom will get the resort very easily, and yeah, with that he'll get this blue buff once again, and he will go for the fight. But yeah, what I'm saying right now is that, man, how did they actually, break this one into get this one into their own hands? I'm really wondering what is going right now. What is going right for the side of Sleep Tight? Because they're able to break the pattern.
Well, they are already breaking the pattern because, you basically jinxed it, I guess, but hey, that's there. But again, the Lord is already in the base. Sleep Tight looking forward to end it once and for all. Glorious pathway.
Whoa. Oh, it's over. Every single guy is down like that. And with that, it's just 3 members remaining. Sharon, what can you do? It's a Claw with the Blazing Duet. Godlike coming through. Easy one here. Simba will get melted as well. And maybe he will just try to extend the game by a little bit. But the base will be locked. The Nexus is broken. And we have the winners of the third match of the night. It's Sleep Tight who are victorious over TDP.
My goodness. Just when it was a match for, the dominating phase, you have to jinx it. Like TDP could win this just because
Um,
Sleep Tight are over to their own server. I mean, it's not
I
actually
just
you
thought,
to blame.
the pattern might repeat. That's all I was thinking. Nothing else. But yeah, man, the
Mhm.
pattern did not repeat. Oh, sleep tight. They played really well this time.
Mhm, that's true. But hey, it all begins when, it was Freya against a Claude. Initially, you think like, hey, Freya would be out damaging it, but Sleep Tight know that like, hey, they would be needing the early aggression, and that was the when Farsha used the wing by wings and provide the early assistance which Claude needed, and far that and push the Freya back to in his own tower, and that was the whole gimmick. Like, hey, you need to choke down or pressure down the cloud so you can have the easy mid to end game, or perhaps your Freya could shine, but that was not the case because this macro management coming in from Sleep Tight was there. The rotation coming in from Mage and a constant pressure of Franny was keeping the TDP on their bay. Like, hey, even if they want to help out or make sure that the Claude was still onto the edge, always inside the base, trying to think twice before he moved out of his tower. That was not the case because Joy was constantly forced and like, hey, there was constant battle between in his own jungle for the bad creeps and the farming, and also onto the neutral objective, there was constant farming. And Sleep Tide was making sure that this fight remains so that they could capitalize into mid to late game era and make sure that Claude has the easy peasy game in the game number three.
Definitely. There was not an easy way at all, to make it into game number three. Especially if you take a look at the way how TDP was able to dominate a couple of those fights and turn things around as well, a lot of times. But in the end, Sleep Tight lineup, the fact that they had this snowball, especially with the Claude as well, that just gave them exactly what they were looking for. And Farsa from the backlines, always dishing out a lot of damage. And it was going so well for them. And the Fanny as well, always coming in for the cleanup at the right time. And this game, Ciaron, even though it was a Kimi that he had, not able to do what he did in the first match.
Hey, Kimi against the Farsha. Farsha definitely for the win. She has the wings by wings just to escape if she is in the dire situation. Perhaps if TDP had a Zishin, it would be a different concept because the passive would might have saved him from the countless time of the Fanny's red because she was able to deal or marking down the Kimi all along in the whole team fight situation. Like, see, look at the steel cables. There is a cutthroat. Kimi down.
And now that we have seen the highlights, I mean, this was the last moment, where they ended the base. Oh, take a look at Johan. Man, that's a very nice KDA. 7-0-10. And the thing is, in the first game, it was the mid laner from TDP who got the MVP. In the second game, it was the jungler, of course, from Sleeptide. And now it's a gold laner from Sleeptide. So that means Sleeptide are really, really, really having some very, very good gold laners and junglers because, man, those two roles are really, really important as well, especially in terms of macro. But man, take a look at Johan here. Not really bothered by any damage which is coming from the opposite side, but he went for a complete burst build.
Mhm. There was literally no one reaching towards him because if so, he would have prioritized a Winter Crown or perhaps the Wind of Nature for
Whoa.
defensive
Yes,
items.
yes. Yes, yes.
But that says
Right.
a different story.
Yeah.
41% damage dealing aspect.
My God, that's a lot of damage. It's literally almost, equal to the entire teams, I guess. That's the amount of damage that he did. Plus, it's not even just the damage, right? He was even pushing down the towers as well. And at the same time,
Hmm.
he was maintaining the positioning so that he does not fall. And that even then, he was able to, take like 36,000 damage. So that's really, really good from Johan here.
That's there. But things need to be done. This is the last game for the night. Sleep tight, definitely settling down the score 2-1. This is the Indian Nepal Showdown, Season 1, I believe. And the last game of the night.
And yeah, with that, ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to check out on social media about which matches are tomorrow, and do not forget to stay updated on the Discord server if you're joined the Discord server, or the Instagram, wherever you want, so that you do not miss out on the exciting matches that are going to happen. India Nepal Showdown it is. Of course, you do want to come and support your country and cheer for your country and show the support of the players who are playing the game. With that, this is me, Fredo, alongside me was Sasuke, and we'll be taking our leave for tonight. But stay tuned for the match action tomorrow, and do not forget to come on ESFI live at the same time. Good night.